Well, welcome back. So, a little bit late. I was in the bathtub. Apparently, I was supposed to go on earlier, according to StreamYard. Well, it's the Garage to Our Life show. It's episode 4. I don't know, 444 something, 400 something. So once again, we're broadcasting to you from the International Garage to Our Life International Building of Trade here in Grotuville, Texas, floor 7, room 2. Projector's broken. Gonna have to get a new projector or something. Maybe just a bulb for the other one. But what is going on here? I haven't worn this in a while. It's got hand grenades in my pockets. What is in this pocket? Oh, it's a Star Trek tracer gun from 1974. So, anyway, what is going on? Let's see what's going on in the chat room. A lot of people. Wow, there's 4 people watching. Looks like a lot of people are in the chat room and have given up. Bronco Bear, all right. I'll be back, says Gotham City. I just noticed you lost another subscriber. You probably. How long before the party starts? The Suicide Squad spoiler party. I'm ready. Oh, okay. You guys want to do that? I don't really want to do that unless everybody watching it has seen the film. Blah blah blah. Let's see. LOL. Bronco says, "Have you seen the film yet, Rod? I knew you were looking forward to it." Yes, I watched it yesterday. I thought for what it was supposed to be, it was funny and entertaining. I enjoyed it. That said, I want a slightly more serious Peacemaker at some point in the future. I don't think we're going to get that. Hopefully the Peacemaker they're working on brings a more serious element to the character. What I hear, it's just it's going to be more of the same, except more of a look at society. So in other words, I don't know what they're going to do. They say the TV series is going to be quieter. Let's see. I'd like to see that for sure, but overall I did enjoy it. I'd like to see a Suicide Squad done without so much humor, though. Really dive into Peacemaker's psyche. Hi, Dr. Silver Age. I think there were little tiny nods to that, like when Ratcatcher 2 is talking about her father and it cuts to Peacemaker and you kind of see a little reaction on his face when fathers are discussed. Little things like that James Gunn and about 12 people watching the audience understand that know about the character. Dr. Silverage says there's so much they could do with him, but I fear they'll just keep using him as a comedic figure. Hey there. And then Myers says, hey, what's cracking? And howdy, Meyer. And hello, Meyer. And hi, guys. Great to see you. Hey, MWC and Meyer. Gratu always arriving fashionably late. I say, how late am I? I don't know. The StreamYard never is always confused by a few hours. Oh, come on. Greetings, Bronco. Round, yeah. All right. Dr. Silver Age. Have you listened to Ask Chuck Dixon yet? Don't know what that is. I just got a Guadalajara book in the mail this morning. It's The Giant Psycho #1 with a guy getting his head disintegrated on the cover. 532 pages, by the way. Looks amazing. I remember when that cover was on the newsstands. I remember seeing that in the PX. I'm pretty sure I own that. And there was some really great Psycho covers. Now, Psycho was part of my was a big part of my childhood. No, I haven't yet. I've been trying to squeeze in time to make a video, but Kang and the time gods are conspiring against me. Laugh out loud. Oh, Graphic Man says, hello, gang. He's got a great thumbnail image there. Hiya, G-Man. I should do that with a gangster voice. Hey, yeah, G-Man. Let's see. What are you doing in here? Indeed, perhaps the pinnacle of American exceptionalism. GM, yes, it sure is a great thumbnail. People are staring at the thumbnail, sorry. Hey, GM, Greta showed me your other channel, and I'm really enjoying it. Oh, yeah. Hopefully, no, there's not into that. Come on. Looking forward to seeing you Wednesday. Oh, cool. Yeah. Wednesday show. Showed me I can't type today. And I'm still not fully recovered, but we'll strive for perfection. And then Dr. Silverade says, same here, sir. I'll show up for some bagging and boarding while showing the books. Oh, cool. Bronco Bear, glad you like it. I've been meaning to talk to you about your being in Israel sometime. Movie World, great to see you. You and I will stream hopefully down the road in the future. Sure, anytime, GM. I'm a Christian, by the way. And then, GM, good to see you too. Bronco Bear, great. You'll find that other channel very opinionated and in the style of a cranky old man when kids are on the lawn. Hey, a lot of comments here. GM says, I look forward to watching more videos. Graphic Man, I'm subscribed to your other channel, but I haven't watched any of the videos yet. Eric Breen, you joining us Wednesday? To Dr. Silverage, I'm worried about Meyer Greenblatt's reading material. What? Hi, Eric. Yeah, I'm just reading all this, but I haven't even. Let me see if I can invite people in. Maybe we can just talk live instead of reading. Let's see. I'll post it here. Right here down in the comments, I'll put the address to get on this here television program. Whoa, doggies. Shit. Is it on there? Yeah, it's there. Click on that and come on. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, me too, GM. I subbed and we'll start watching soon. Then my very informative diecast video. We might be in the third place by the end of the stream. I will assemble the greatest 4-color fossils of all time, and then we'll conquer the world, or at least a few small towns. Thanks, D. Jones. For what reading material was that, GM? One street at a time. Eric, man, it's like the old days with the socks as August fold. I thought those days were behind them. Psycho, it's funny because I ordered the book during the stream while I was watching Lance and Gratu. Psycho Giant, laugh out loud. It took 2 days to get here. Wow, that's incredible, isn't it? It used to take more than 2 years before you would see a copy of Psycho in the wild, and now you can just order the complete set and have it there in a few hours. Meyer Greenblatt, the guy's head being blown off in Psycho. Just kidding, I'm envious. Where's Professor Orloff? Oh, that must be before. This is all before I came on, huh? It's like G and R finally going on stage at 3 a.m. in the morning in the old days. D. Jones. I think he might have gotten lost in the vast halls of the Orloff International Building of Trade. Now, I was soaking in Epsom salts in the bathtub trying to ease the agony and pain of being 56. Must be quite the labyrinth. I actually moved some filing cabinets in here that I bought for $5 each this morning. And I moved a filing cabinet over, and then I'm just upset that the projector's not working. Meyer Greenblatt says it's happening. Showtime. Greetings, Dr. Orloff. Greetings, Dr. Orloff. Watching the stream from the 13th floor of the Citrus Arts and Industry Building. Cool. How good. A little title card opening like the good old days. Yeah, I just lost it, and I found it when I was moving the filing cabinet. So I need to make some nice, fancy ones, because I actually can paint. That thing was done in about 30 seconds. Hello, Gratu, says Bronco. Heidi Ho, says Dr. Orloff, says Dr. Silverage. Shit. Meyer Greenblatt, is that a hand grenade in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Holy hand grenade. Oh, Night Tiger's here. What's up, comic book junkies? I'm checking. No, he didn't say that. That's me. I'm checking, but will continue to watch on the Xbox. I'm sliding some gold key into Mylar. True happiness, and the Dr. Pepper is flowing. God damn, I need to get some Dr. Pepper. Excuse my language. I hate when I curse in front of Graphic Man. Howdy do, Night Tiger. And Graphic Man has just got 3 new frames that I'll have to draw something. And this is the link to come on. Paula says, hey guys, what are we drinking? Well, our new sponsor. Hold on. Oh shit. My wife says there's moments that are just, she's watching and it's just horrifying. All of a sudden I go, shit. You know, and then it's like, it wakes you up because you don't know what horrible disaster has happened down below. This is our new sponsor. Let me fix it. We need some music while I do this. Yes, our new sponsor, Uncle Gratu's hand sanitizer. It's a nice, refreshing delight. So I'm going to pour some of this into my beer. Just a little bit. Actually, don't do that. It's all a joke. They give this shit away free at the supermarket. They say, take as many as you want, and they have a whole thing of hand sanitizer. I think it's conspiracy. I think there's something in it that will turn you into a mind slave of the cabal. But, you know, they're just giving it away free, but there's no brand name, so I've given it a brand name. That's what I was sneakily doing. Well, you couldn't see. Let's see what else we're talking about. Hi there, Paulo. Hi, Paulo Costa. Looking forward to seeing you Wednesday. I'll slip you in early because of the time difference. Thanks, GM. What? Uncle Gratu's. Ask it for it by name. Then what's the strange looks coming your way? No, everyone knows them. I'll stick to the classics. Get me some Jameson over here. J. Jonah Jameson. Meyer Greenblatt is here, but I don't see him in the picture. I should wait till he gets framed and ready to go. All right. And with no further ado, the famous Meyer Greenblatt from San Francisco.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
I'm cooking. I can only stay for a couple minutes.
That's cool.
Go ahead, make my eggs. But I'm cooking and then I'm going to eat, but I thought I would just check in.
Sure.
I'm doing some potatoes.
Oh, yeah, let me give you full screen because we can become a cooking channel.
Yeah, we could.
All right, so how have you prepared this?
So this is 1 potato chopped up, half an onion chopped up, and a handful of baby spinach chopped up. I mix olive oil and butter, heat that up in the pan, and then just cook it all together on low heat, like on a 4, and that's it. And then once it's almost done, then I'll do some scrambled eggs in a different pan. Sometimes I finish this up by putting it in the cast iron and putting cheese on top, and then putting it in the oven for like a final blistering heat, so you get a crust on the top, right?
Oh wow!
And that's it. Just potatoes and scrambled eggs.
Graphic Man.
I haven't watched Suicide Squad yet.
Oh, then I won't. It's probably too soon to talk about it.
Yeah,
Meyer's recent video was nice and informative with die-cast cars. Everyone here should go see it. Yeah, says Graphic Man. It's a great movie, I think. Let me think what I would say about
go ahead and make them small again.
What I would say is good is that every character is given a motivation without spending 30-40 minutes giving an origin story and enough that you care about them. And that's one of the things. With just 30 seconds you can completely show where a character's head is at. And yeah, there was some humor that I see what everyone's saying, but the movie bombed spectacularly, so there won't be any others. Of course, it's mostly due to the movie being on television the day it came out, which is a problem, and then it's immediately bootlegged by people, and people, a lot of people aren't ready to go back to theaters, or because all these people you see, they're still wearing the M's. They're not going to theaters. They're
not at all. It's like, honestly, the traffic in my neighborhood that usually you can hear like cars passing through. It's right back to how it was, almost just like this time last year, in that it seems like the majority of everybody is locked right back down again, even though no one's talking about it. But I don't watch any local news. And I don't have any of those apps on my phone anymore. You ever seen that app? It's called, what is it called? It's like a neighborhood app.
Yeah, we've got that. It's, I guess that must be nationwide, and they must customize it to every neighborhood.
Yeah. So I removed that app because there was just so many weirdos on it. And so many creepy posts. And so I was like, I don't even want to be a part of this. So
right.
To just old school. I just know my neighbors personally, and that's it. Yeah,
I think that might only be in the case of an emergency. Maybe that would be good for something. But what was I going to say? The neighborhoods, something. I can't remember now. So movies aren't going to be making much money during this. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Someone did this amazing report. They got news reports from all over the world, all over the United States, and every one of them said there are 233 people in the hospital in our town, 233 people in hospital in our city. And it was like it was scripted and sent out to everyone, and they maybe customized it slightly, but they just for some reason didn't alter that number, and it's just like everybody's scared all over I don't know, but I saw it. It was all over the earth, other languages, but you still saw that number, and then it's weird, It's like, why that particular number was that chosen? Is it? And people say, is it a Masonic thing because of the 33 and blah, blah, blah. Everybody's paranoid. So, I'm going to bag my Treasury editions today because I have bags and boards. They come from, what is that horrible company that makes comic supplies? CDC?
Yeah, DMC. Something like that.
I don't remember what they're called. Their boxes are terrible.
Something.
I don't know, but they make really bad boxes. And I don't know when these boxes changed. It used to be the cardboard looped up and under and up. So when you picked up a box by the gripping holes, it was comfortable. But now you've got several pieces of cardboard sticking down so that when you carry a long box, you've got all these lines in your hand. It's a new, different technique of making boxes that is it makes it very unpleasant and painful. So let's see what I got here. Here's the first thing I've got in this. I've got them all in a big kind of milk crate, and I've got a painting I did years ago. I didn't date it. It's a painting of Vampira. Not very good. Very terrible.
That's great. I think it's great.
Well, It's not professional quality, although maybe
Yeah, but
compared
are
to some
you?
of the things I see in comic books now, maybe I've seen stuff that actually doesn't look too bad when I zoom in on it.
I think it looks
But that's
good.
kind of like faking you guys out and thinking it's better than I tried to make it look like spilled blood on there.
I like it.
This is maybe 15 years ago, probably. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Treasury editions. I hope he's not kidding. No, I'm not. No, I'm not kidding. I'm doing that. It's something I need to do drastically. Bag and board my Treasury editions. I just realized that they existed. My fiance is obsessed with Vampira, says Bronco. Yeah, a lot of women are. She's like a style icon. My friend that passed away a few years back helped Vampira move. He knew a lot of people. She was moving from one house to the other. She was like in poverty. She was this little old lady that, or probably tall old lady, but she was not rich, and he helped her move all her stuff to some other house. Here's a double girl painting that I did a long time ago.
These are great. I love that one, man.
It's a Vampira pose, a photograph of Vampira.
Yeah, that's Myra Nurmi. Is that her name?
Myla Nurmi, yeah.
Yeah.
D. Jones, she hated Elvira and sued her. Yeah, she was ticked off really at that local Los Angeles TV station that hired Cassandra Peterson because Bronco says great art. Thank you, Bronco.
You know, I thought of something regarding Magica Dispel and Vampira.
Yeah.
I don't know about this, but I guess this is mostly a question for maybe Movie World Comics or Graphic Man. But my question is, was Dell Comics Western Publishing, was it located in Southern California? Was it located in Buena Park as well as the rest of the Disney studios? That would make sense why Carl Barks or other Disney artists would know who Vampira was, if your theory is correct, because it was only regional. You could only watch Vampira in LA, right?
Right. But she became famous pretty soon nationwide, even though she wasn't syndicated, because they covered her in Newsweek magazine and Life magazine. And Life did a spread where she's driving around in an old car with a chauffeur, and she's got her black, it's like an open top car, like from the 20s. She's got a black umbrella, and she's signing autographs and sneering at these kids. And it became an interesting phenomenon. And she came on nationwide television, like the George Gobel show. And but really, it all goes back to Charles Addams, because she went to a costume party as the Charles Addams mother, which didn't have a name then. They only named her Morticia when they were producing the TV show in the 60s, because those characters were nameless. Charles Addams gave them names when they were producing the show. Anyway, so that's what she dressed as that, and someone saw her and said, "You got to be our host." And she wasn't really a horror host, because they didn't have many horror movies that were available. There weren't many movies available at television. She was very early 50s doing that in LA. And it wasn't until 57 that Universal released all their horror movies and all the other horror hosts started. She was about 5 years too early. She was showing like mystery movies, and she probably like ran the White Zombie or stuff that the stuff that even was public domain even then. Yeah. But yeah, she was kind of part of the beatnik crowd that hung out with James Dean and stuff.
That's fascinating.
Someone printed a page from James Dean's a phone book where he wrote on all the people and their phone numbers, and her name was there. He misspelled her name. It was kind of weird, and Leslie Nielsen was on there. It's all interesting, but Magica Dispel, it was either I don't know. I mean, that kind of character is has kind of been around, I think, forever, going back to King Arthur, his half sister, the witch character, but the glamorous witch character is
Morgana Le Fay, Magica Dispel.
Yeah, she's probably just as much based on that. My wife was talking to someone from Sherwood, England this morning at the pharmacy, and I said, that's where the sheriff, not Sherwood, Nottingham. Nottingham. And I said, that's where the sheriff of Nottingham was from. And she said, who's he? The bad guy in Robin Hood. So Nottingham's a real place. What are people saying here in the chat? Let's see. What are people saying? Bronco says, I'm from Buena Park.
Oh, no shit.
Magica Dispel. She's very popular in European Disney comics, says Paulo. Yeah. And then she was in Plan 9 from Outer Space. But that was much later. She'd already finished being in that local ABC or whatever channel in
Wisconsin.
And let's see, Paulo says Dell was from New York City, but didn't produce their own comics. They were commissioned from Western Publishing, owners of the Gold Key brand in Wisconsin.
Thank you,
Paulo's like an encyclopedia. Hollywood Costume Party, yep. Yes, on it being Western, not sure the location. Then Dell just opened up New York. Okay, cool. And Los Angeles, yeah. Well, anyway, they contact that same station in the 80s contacted Mela Nurmi and said, hey, we were interested in bringing back Vampira, and you have your old scripts, because there was very little existing footage. I think less than 5 minutes of kinescopes.
Wow, I didn't know
it was broadcast live. No one thought to record that. So
that famous entry shot where you see how her hourglass and see how small her waist is, right?
Yeah, and there's a little bit of her on the couch, but there's not much more than that, unless something turns up.
It must have been like watching this in like 1952 on a UHF station, or it would have been like probably a UHF station in LA on a black and white tube TV with the little light that would last forever after you turn it on.
It could have been. I think it was like the ABC. I think it was a major. It was
an affiliate, a local ABC.
Yeah, it was like a big channel there. But anyway, so it wasn't like Horror Host later. She was on one of the big channels.
All right.
Anyway, so they could bring her on. Night Tiger's about to be on here in a second.
Oh, cool.
And I guess she was going to play. They were going to get a new woman to play Vampira, and she was going to be like her mom or some aunt or something. And then they hired Cassandra Peterson, and then they just shut Vampira out. And that's what pissed her off. And then, she saw that in the past that Cassandra Peterson had been a showgirl in Las Vegas and a stripper. And she said, that strip, she was very angry about it. She did not like that. And plus, she played it a much different role, and not the California Valley girl. Oh my God, she
right.
You would stay up all night. Played it a much more menacing thing. But anyway, let's see what Night Tiger's up to. He looks like he's back in the U.S. So you're back in the U.S., huh?
What's going on, man?
Back in the USSA.
USSA. That sounds about right.
Get this camera right.
So what's been new? Are you going to be doing some new videos?
I had a haul working. I thought the books would be here today, but they said early delivery date on Friday, and they're still not here. Couple Golden Age books.
Cool.
But now I've been taking it easy because I'm burnt out on making videos, and I've been working. I got back, and they've just been working me like a dog.
Oh,
I got up at 3 and I just woke up from my nap. I got up at 3 and got home from work at 12:30.
Cool. I'm about to. I can't find that heavy. What do you got there? Is that hand sanitizer?
No.
That's okay.
It's inside sanitizer.
I want to point out, where the hell did I put that? Guys, you really shouldn't drink hand sanitizer. That was a joke for those of you that are handicapped mentally. It does look like a little. It does kind of look like an alcohol bottle, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like they market it that way. Someone that's really stupid, like or like a homeless person. They in fact, I'm sure it would kill you, but it's like 80%.
I actually thought that was whiskey when you showed it the first time.
Yeah, let me get one. I grabbed a couple. I have one that's unaltered. Where did I put it?
Yeah, so for all you people in Rio Linda, don't drink that.
People, eating Tide Pods and stuff. Yeah, if you can't read, you might
putting
just
gas in their garbage bags.
Hopefully the first sip would stop them, but oh well.
It'll die clean.
So
I got this in the mail today though.
Oh, let me give you full screen for that.
Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah, I was looking at that same comic, but it was all trashed, and the cover you could tell was barely hanging on by like a couple of molecules. There's that same. There's some significance to that issue, isn't there?
First appearance of the eel, big major character. Got to jump in on that one.
I'm not going to spoil Suicide Squad for anybody with what I'm about to say, but on that Key Collector app, they said Calendar Man is going to be in the Suicide Squad movie. You need to buy up whatever. He's in it for 4 seconds, literally. It's like
I seen the comic Mint Hunter. He found 2 at a yard sale. He's like, yeah, it's gonna be a hot character.
I don't think so.
I already have it. So,
but that character goes back to the early 60s or 50s or what?
I don't know. Oh yeah, he does.
But not as the version that's got the date.
I think that one from the
head.
I think that was from the 80s or something.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a scene where different villains appear that in a prison, and there's some woman, I don't even know the character, that has different patches of different colors all over, and they got the patches exactly where they were in the comic. I don't know what her name is, Halo or something. I mean, she
Halo from the Outsiders.
Is she a bad guy, girl?
No, Halo's a good girl from the Outsiders.
Who's the villainess that has patches of different colors all over?
I know there's Jigsaw, there's Crazy Quilts.
Are they women?
No,
it's a woman.
I don't know this.
Somebody that's seen this has to know what I'm talking about.
Is it better than 1? Because I fell asleep watching 1. I never finished watching it.
Yeah, I did too. It was that was terrible. No, I think it's a great movie. There's a couple of jokes that fall flat,
So they're trying to be Marvel with the humor, basically. They're trying to shoot for some Marvel humor.
No, it's not Marvel type humor. It's no, it's imagine that you gave an insane person with a lot of comic book knowledge suitcases of cocaine, and then you showed them Saving Private Ryan. It said, "Go make a comic book movie and make it funny." It's just
the James Gunn movie, right?
It's a James Gunn movie, but it's like it's got the James Gunn that's family friendly of Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's got the James Gunn that's family unfriendly from his early career, and it's mixed together. And there's a very select target audience for that movie, but I certainly enjoyed it. But unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be many more movies like that because Hollywood is too stupid to realize that the reason it only made $25 million. Oh, look at the cat.
We got this rascal yesterday.
Oh,
nice.
Cool. Wow, what is his or her name?
Negrito.
Oh, okay.
Or Blackie in Spanish. Buster's pissed. Buster's pissed off.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he won't come around. He's just like growling and hissing all day.
Okay, hopefully it won't start a literal pissing war. I'll chew up a couple of Golden Age comics. That'll show him.
No.
Oh, man. Well, that's the tough thing is introducing new siblings to pets. But anyway, that friend that helped Vampira move and who rescued Keanu Reeves, I'm always telling stories about him. Last night, in a very realistic dream, appeared to me. And first of all, I saw his older brother, who's alive, unless something's happened that I didn't know about. And I see him, very realistic, and he looks younger though. And I shake his hand, and then my friend Tom Renoni shows up, and it's like I'm like, wait a second, you shouldn't be here. He looks younger. So it was like, and then I said, I know this isn't real. I got to wake up. And I struggled, to open my eyes. And then I see the TV screen. Then I fell asleep again. And there he was again. And then I opened my eyes and I remember seeing my underwear and I said, I'm awake. But he appeared about a year ago too, and told me that I need to look at this particular verse in John in the Bible. And he says, you got to remember this. I know you're going to fuck up. You're going to forget because you always forget. You got to remember this. And then I woke up and I forgot he gave me a number. And it's just so and it was very realistic. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but
he gave you a number, like one number, or like a sequence of numbers.
Like John 3:16. It wasn't John 3:16. A chapter. Like from the Bible. He wanted me to read something in the Bible.
Right.
Did he write it on paper for you or tell you?
He told me in this dream, this very realistic dream.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I envy people so much. This will sound horrible. I envy people that have died and come back, that have been outside their body and have seen heaven and their relatives, and they say they got to go back. And it's like, because now you don't ever have any doubt. The rest of your life, hey, it's cool. It's just I've got a little bit of time before I get to see my family, and then I'll get to see my people that are here now. And it's like, especially going through all this hell now where you're worried about, is this the book of Revelations? Because this is scary. These are scary times. It's like to have that confidence that this is real. And then it's like, well, what about your pets? And some people say, no, animals don't have souls. They won't go to heaven. It's like, shit, I want my animals in heaven with me. And then this lady, good friend of mine, school teacher that I worked with, she had a heart attack and she came back, and the first thing was her dog that had just died was jumping up on her, and then she came back. So, Night Tiger, you were gonna share?
I was just gonna share an experience I had. I don't know if it was a dream or if I actually I died. One time I was in bed sleeping, and all of a sudden I felt like my spirit dropped through the bottom of the bed. And then rush up like a wind to go out the window.
Mm-hmm.
And then I woke up, and it was like the freakiest thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
And I always think, was that a dream, or did I die in my sleep?
Well, I don't think it's death, but someone's putting on music. This is the Joker. Someone's putting on mystic music. That's not me.
That's not me.
But
Mayor.
Maybe the computer is piping. I hear angelic music, or maybe I'm dying. I don't realize it.
I don't know, but I'm freaking out because Mayor's like, he's got this straight face. It's like so funny.
Well,
it's like
the straight
all
face.
I know is
just like this.
I've had relatives that have talked about seeing this, but someone's putting on music, man.
No, it's not me.
It's not me. Yes,
wait,
you.
Wait, there's
doctor.
something. Wait, it's coming from another window I have open. Holy shit! I swear to God, it's hilarious. Let me show you what's happening. It's another. Why haven't this just start?
Tears at the very fabric of society.
Is that Hillary?
No, look, this is what started. This video just magically started playing. Maybe I had it paused and it just started because it had been paused too long. But it's something about human trafficking. Oh, it was going to start and it was waiting to start. And then when it started with this.
You should get a clip of the Hillary crackle, and then you could play that every now and then on the live stream.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
The other week with Biden and
did you hear about all these douchebag Republicans voting for the infrastructure bill? Okay,
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it's
the same old rhinos.
Yeah. Typical.
So now we're gonna. Yeah, but there's a one of the things that they're voting on is the new cars will have technology that you have to have an eye scanner to get it to have it start.
Yeah, they'll be able to track everywhere you go, and they'll be able to tell if you go over the speed limit, then you'll be penalized. You know, they'll get to the point where they could, and then you're more of a risk, so your insurance will go up. Yeah, they'll turn it into a complete. Yeah, it'll be awful.
I feel sorry for you guys because I'm leaving this country. Well,
so you definitely decided that's going to be what you do, huh?
Oh yeah, especially now the way I've seen things go. I'm like, I'm glad I'm planning to do this. You go over there and it's like nobody follows the traffic lights or any of the rules, but nobody ever gets in an accident. Well, it's the craziest thing. You see babies on mopeds with their parents. Guys with like dressers behind them on a moped going down the road.
So your wife's a dual citizen?
Yeah.
See, my wife's a dual citizen with Honduras, but I don't know if that'd be a good place to live. But she says if you go out in the country, if you don't live in the city where you see people get hacked with machetes in front of you, that it's not bad. But I don't know. I mean, if it gets to the point of
do they have like a little sign that says from over this line and you won't lose your head?
I don't know, man. I've never been there.
Wow, I never heard that. That's pretty rough, getting your head lopped off by a machete.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I did this before on a previous stream. I think you might have been on at that time, Meyer. I don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
But anyway, we can.
That'd be funny if they pulled Biden's hair off right there and tossed it.
High satanic mass.
Third from the sun.
Hold on. Let me fast.
A service of.
That's like watching Satan and his two minions right there.
Yeah,
the masks. Oh boy.
Yeah, Obama had the big old bash and nobody wore masks.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I don't know about you, but I prefer Pelosi and Kamala with masks.
Anyway, let's see. I'm waiting for this.
You notice that when Biden talks, you can't see either Pelosi's arm or Kamala's arm?
Yeah, that was weird. Did you see it when Biden's arm went right through a microphone?
Yeah, I saw that. You only heard about that for about a minute.
Graphic Man says that I'm showing the Three Stooges.
Yeah, I think that's Satan and his minions.
Man, maybe we should all move to Portugal.
Or Turkey. What is it? Hungary.
Is Hungary a good place?
You didn't see they're going after the president over there because he's a strong conservative Christian.
Yeah.
Biden's actually backing pro-Semites to run against him in the election.
Well, tomorrow, I don't know what you're allowed to say on YouTube, but the guy that makes pillows that's not supposed to be talked about is going to have a 3-day, like, marathon thing that's supposed to expose everything that's happened on his. He has a channel called Frank TV, and I guess he's going to broadcast it there, and then you can beam it to your TV. Okay, where is this fucking narration? Excuse my language, guys. There's
Written by Steve. Okay.
Okay, here it is. I was actually past it. Here we go.
I hurt. I slept the day and rested my head against the cold wall. I thought of the white place upstairs.
This is a science fiction story
I
by
got
Richard
the chain
Matheson
from
called
the
Born of Man
wall
and Woman,
out
about a
of my
monster chained up in a
stairs.
cellar. That it's a first person
I heard
account.
little bats very high. I looked out the window. I saw all little people like the little mother.
Did you
and
see that
little
new comic book out with was it Christopher Lee on the cover with
They were
Elvira?
making nice
Oh no, I don't know that.
and
It
jumping
was just
around.
out, I think, last week. It's a new comic.
Their legs
Christopher
were
Lee on the cover?
hard.
I think it was Christopher Lee.
And father.
Or wait, was it Christopher? No, it wasn't Christopher Lee. What's the other guy that with the mustache?
One of them.
Vincent
That was
Price.
before. Yeah, Vincent Price and Elvira.
Vincent Price
cover.
meets Elvira.
Yeah, it was. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Down the wall in the dark.
This is
Well,
not on
that was
brand. I'm
pretty
having
cool.
a hard time, Bratu.
As they
Like
would
I don't,
not
I don't
see.
look this. I don't spend this much time looking at these people at all at any moment in my life.
I know. What are we
This is
doing
the
here,
longest I've
dude?
looked at these three people ever
There was a
here on this
door
stream for the
hitting.
last 3
I
minutes.
heard that little
So,
mother
so
call.
Dr. Orloff, what's
Not to
why
be
are we
pushy,
watching them?
I don't like it's like it's yeah. I don't like them.
Hey, oh,
Someone
yeah.
like him?
What's that?
He doesn't like them.
You don't.
No,
need
I
it?
don't think
Okay.
you. Were you talking
I
about
don't like
Biden?
looking at them.
Oh, looking at him. Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I see Biden talk, I have that image of what's his name from Pet Detective talking with his ass. Jim
Talking
Carrey. You remember that scene where he talked with his ass in Pet Detective?
I'm not sure I saw that movie because I don't remember that. How did they do that
So
in a
every-
PG movie?
He had clothes on.
Okay, I remember that in Pink Flamingos, but
But every time I see Biden talk, I get that image in my mind.
yeah,
It reminds me of Patterns of Force. You know that Star Trek episode.
definitely.
Right, straight up. And so it's like
Right.
so dystopian and freaky and weird that we grew up not even taking a lot. So a lot of the lessons that we were learning in places like Star Trek, so we understood those lessons, but we didn't necessarily, I don't remember taking those lessons completely wholeheartedly because it was something that could never happen. It was unfathomable that this could happen to America. And then we watched it happen.
You
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you know what about dreams? So I have a lot of experience with dreams and nightmares and sleep paralysis. I even got paid to take part in a sleep monitoring 8-month-long thing where they made me wear this bracelet that monitored my movement while I was asleep, so they could see, when I was moving around and what my brain was doing. But like your dream about the number and your friend, they're all important because there's stuff that our minds are doing while we're asleep that we forget most of the time. We all have experienced that experience of having a dream that you want to remember and then you've forgotten it by like 9 a.m. and you're bummed that you forgot it because you couldn't remember how great it was.
Right.
Well, I have like a bunch of ones that are recurring that I can never forget. Right.
Mhm.
And I'm going to share one of them with you guys. So maybe about 8 or 10 years ago, I was really heavy into doing creative art therapy at the VA. And I used to go to different classes all over the area, and you can bring me full screen. So then I started like logging and writing down new dreams, and then also I started like logging and writing down old dreams. And so this is one of my recurring ones.
Oh,
It's called Walking the Track.
uh-huh.
And it says, in my dream, I'm walking around the track.
Okay.
The track that is inside of the triple concertina that is inside of our triple concertina wire.
Okay.
In my arm, I'm carrying Kelly, my fiance.
Uh-huh.
We are casually chatting about things, just walking the track. I'm carrying her because she can't walk. She's missing a large portion of her leg.
Ooh.
She's wearing a Mickey Mouse sweatshirt.
Jeez.
We are talking as if we are on the phone with each other. That's it. So that was like a vivid dream that I had while I was still in country during deployment. And it's a mixture of what I was worrying about and thinking about and experiencing at the time. So I was doing a lot of like evacuating, carrying people that were all blown up, right? Like bloody, smelly, messed up people. And then I was worrying big time about this fiance that was in the middle of Dear Johning me at the same time, right? Like I would walk miles to get to a phone and then she wouldn't answer and shit like that. So, and then we had this track that was inside of our perimeter, inside of our concertina wire. So it all came together in this dream that at the time was so impactful that when I woke up from it, I immediately told my friends that we all slept within this small area, and I told them what I just dreamt about, and they're like, "Damn, dude, that's heavy." And then I didn't write it down until like 30, 40 years later or something, or 30 years later.
Wow.
And then I turned it into a comic book, and this wasn't actually framed by me. This has been in a couple veteran art exhibits here in San Francisco, and they used to ask for my stuff, and I would put stuff, and it would be interesting. So I would like give them stuff, they would frame it, and then I would go and look at the gallery display, and a lot of the times I would feel like my stuff was so like dirty and like bloody and guttural, and these guys are like doing like etchings of oak trees and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, so I felt bad sometimes that I was making the patrons of the art gallery feel guilty or bad or dirty or I was making them. I was like they're like, gee, I wonder who the guy is that did this one with the girl with the shark bite out of her leg.
I think that people that are veterans that have actually seen the real thing probably won't like the Suicide Squad, but people that are just used to playing Grand Theft Auto and think it's cool will like it. But it's something that made me think how much we've changed in 20 years. When Saving Private Ryan came out, that was like a very solemn thing because you went to see that movie, and at the time there were a lot of people in the theaters that were World War II veterans because they were still around 20 years. Was that about 20 years ago that movie came out? There were older, there were people much older than what you normally see in movie theaters, and you realize they were there. So you're like kind of, if you were one of these asshole teenagers that go, oh, that's cool. No, I don't think you'd do that because you knew these people around you. You sensed it, had seen this in real life. And then afterwards, I was saying this the other day, my father just went outside in front of the theater because I saw it with him. He wasn't in World War II. He missed that by a year or so. But he said, yeah, that's the closest Hollywood's ever come to showing real combat. And he said what they can't communicate. I think he said the smells, but also just how quiet warfare is. The movies make you think it's constant explosions, but usually it's just long periods of quiet, maybe weeks of the most quiet you've ever heard. No bugs, no birds, just absolute quiet. Then it's punctuated by a battle, and then it's super quiet again because the birds and the bugs are freaked out. It's like, what the hell's going on? So when you have a movie and it's being done sort of for comedic effect. If you really, it's been enough years that there aren't a lot of combat veterans, around that are in theaters, but I don't know how they would react to it, because I remember my older brother, he didn't see combat in the Army, but he came back from the Army after 3 years in the Army, and he was a different guy. He wasn't the guy that said, "Oh, the Omen's cool. You get to see this guy's head cut off and with a sheet of glass." And they came back, and we went to see Raiders of the Lost Ark. He said, "That's too bloody." And then we went to see Excalibur. He did not like that at all. And I said, "What happened to the guy?" But then it turned out what he'd done. We'd been in a helicopter crash. I don't know how bad that was, but mainly he had stopped to help a car accident that was a multiple car accident, really, really bad, messed up thing. So I see that these bags fit the DC. Now I'm going to test it on a Marvel Treasury. Has them going away on the back.
Give me a big screen for a minute.
Oh,
Give
sure.
me a chance. Let's see if I can show
Let's
this.
see. Solo layout. What you got?
Well, we got to wait for the ad to get over.
Oh.
Excuse me. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay. I seem like I remember that.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's what I always think when I see Biden talk. I always think he's talking out his ass like Ace Ventura.
Yeah, there's a scene in the movie Pink Flamingos. You'll never listen to Papa Umau Mau again the same way after seeing it. You know what I'm talking about, Meyer? You see that? Okay, you see it. We're living in San Francisco. I'm sure that plays in every theater every week. Oh, boy.
That's brutal.
My dad was in Vietnam. He said he used to scare him shitless because he used to have to sit in the open door of the helicopter while it was flying.
Oh, boy.
And he said you never know when someone could pop out of the jungle and just start shooting at you.
Yeah, that's awful. It sure was a better time when the comics looked like this, Just...
Yeah.
Nice. Hulk is Santa Claus.
Yeah. And if he had looked like that on the TV show, what would be the problem with him looking like that on the show? Just
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah. I think the show should have took place during the period. It should have been the 70s, and it should have been like tongue-in-cheek poking fun at blaxploitation, because that was a blaxploitation comic that was like a mixture of a bunch of things, right?
Right, yeah, it should have had the music of the time and everything.
The jive talk.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Power Man, right?
Yeah.
This is the big one that got me into comics and superhero comics.
I never finished that Power Man television series. I
didn't either. That's one of those things where it's just not enough like what I loved for me to stick with it. There's several things like that I got to get back to that someday I'll get back to them, maybe.
So you got bags and boards for those?
Yeah, I was at that shop that I'm at, and I just noticed they had them, and I remember it's like it's like I remember being there maybe a year ago and saying, "Do you have them?" And I remember being told they did it, and maybe she actually ordered them, but they looked like they'd been there a while. And it's like, holy smoke, I'm the only person around that needs these.
I didn't think I ordered them. Like, I'm never going to use 100. But then I thought, you know what? You can use them for anything because you can just cut them down for whatever you need.
Yeah, but they're good for other things too. Like, well, you probably don't use them in the press over the bottom and the top of the book. Yeah. This is another one I got as a kid.
That's the same. I wish I still had that one, Night Tiger.
Oh yeah, I
I
got
wish
that.
I had that one still. I lost
It's
that.
that. Doesn't that only have Captain America on like 2 pages? Or am I
Yeah.
thinking of the Superman one? I might be
These
wrong.
damn-
Maybe I'm thinking of the Superman bicentennial where it's all tomahawk stories or something.
These damn comic book junkie on YouTube have got me into collecting those.
Rudolph.
That's a Rudolph. I don't think I have. I've got the other ones.
Is that Rudolph Valentino? Oh, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
I don't know if they ever did a Rudolph Valentino comic.
What the hell are you doing, cat?
Ugh. Man. All right. Oh yeah, you got the Wiz comics.
And that's all I have. I only have 3.
Remember how they would draw the blood black because black was okay.
I know.
People bled India ink. Yeah. I'm not sure if I have that one or not. I'm gonna have to see. If I did, I didn't get it as a kid. The ones I got as a kid are more emblazoned in my mind.
To keep me from collecting these, I only buy them if I can find them in high grade. Otherwise, I'd buy a whole bunch of them.
First Treasury I ever bought.
Oh, Howard the Duck, yeah.
Howard the Duck was the first Treasury, and then I think I got the Thor after this. Like this is the first time I saw a Treasury. I was like, "Whoa!"
Oh, really?
Yeah, I snatched it up.
The first one I saw was that first Rudolph. It was the very first, of the Treasuries, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, I guess the thing was the Whammo Giant Comics. I've never seen those in person.
I have the Flash Superman race one somewhere else.
This one I got about 3 or 4 years ago as a gift for my wife. I'd always wanted it.
Ooh, yeah, that looks nice.
And
nothing's better than getting comics from your wife.
Huh?
Oh yeah, wait a minute.
Oh, I told her which one to get. I'm trying to frame that light just right. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. That looks cool when I frame it like that.
That's a beautiful Frank Bruner.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have that one yet. Such a beautiful cover.
Yeah, it's great seeing the art this size. It's great to finally get these in bags. I realized from Apple Comics that you can just get the bags that Life magazine go in, but then where do you buy those?
I tried that. They don't fit. They're too small.
Really? Oh.
Someone told me that too, so I bought them off Amazon and they didn't fit. So when I went to return them, Amazon just said, "Here's your money back, keep them."
Oh, really? They don't care.
So then I used the $10 to buy the other bag.
Oh, I didn't know I had this. This is probably very valuable now with the movie coming out a month from now that no one cares about. I mean, it's like, do you hear anyone talking about the movie?
What movie?
No.
The Shang-Chi movie.
Oh yeah, I heard today. I said that China's not gonna show it.
Yeah, they don't like it. It's weird, and it was like, and they're the biggest market.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. I don't know whether I heard this from my son, and I don't know whether he heard it from somebody else. But we live in the city, and he doesn't live here anymore. But we're talking on the phone about Shang-Chi. And he goes, "Yeah, man, did you see the trailer?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "How funny was that? An Asian guy fighting for his life on the bus." It's kind of an inside San Francisco joke, because it showed that fight scene inside the Muni bus. And if you live in San Francisco, you know what the inside of our buses and trains look like because they're very particular. So to our eyes, things immediately pop up, right? And so he's inside of our bus, right, fighting. And so that was the joke. I said, "Wow. What a surprise. An Asian guy fighting for his life on the bus." Yeah, they call that San Francisco's dirty little secret is Asian hate.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's only a secret who perpetuates the hate. That's why it's a secret.
Right.
If
you mean
it was
Nancy
who they
Pelosi
wanted
and
to
Joe
be doing
Biden's
the
not
crimes,
telling the truth?
What's that?
Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi aren't telling us the truth. That's shocking.
You know, the media doesn't report on who's actually. They
I know
try to do
exactly
their
what
best not to report on what happened.
Yeah, I know what's going on. Oh boy, here's the Captain America bicentennial battles. Oh yeah, I got that was the first Captain America comic I ever bought off the stands.
Great Gil Kane cover too.
Yeah, this is all Captain America. I was thinking of the Superman salutes the bicentennial, and then he appears on like 1 or 2 pages. Here's an adventure from my pal Tomahawk back in the 1700s, and then it's just like it's not a Superman book at all. But this is when Kirby was kind of losing it a little bit. It just doesn't quite. I don't know if it's the inking or.
There's a great article I read online about his work when he came back to Marvel.
Yeah,
how they were just giving him, all these young artists were really giving him a hard time, writing nasty notes on bulletin boards and stuff, and dissing his work and all kinds of stuff. That's the reason he left. They made the atmosphere there for him really, really bad.
Well, that sucks.
I never heard that.
Yeah, just Google Kirby's work and back at Marvel. It's a really good article. It's probably like 6-7 pages long.
Well, I had already heard Milton Knight telling a story. I guess I read it on Facebook, and I asked him about it when I talked with him a couple of weeks ago, and about Maurice Severin kind of harassing him when he worked for Marvel, I guess on Mighty Mouse, and he did. But I love Maurice Severin, but I think she just writes on the original art. What is this shit? Or what is this new stuff? She didn't like, and he got the original art back, and he saw the little notes on the side where she's making fun of it, and he was, not thrilled.
They didn't like celebrity status, especially the young guys, and they were changing his dialogue. And when he would submit the books and stuff, he didn't realize that they had changed dialogue and stuff like that until the book got published.
Yeah, but the thing is,
okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say he had exclusive contract to write those books and draw them.
Yeah,
and they were changing stuff on him without his knowledge.
Yeah, I wonder what they were doing changing it.
Well, they thought they were making it better, but he's the king,
Yeah,
and they weren't.
Well,
what was your thought?
Well, his writing was never really good. And if what we were getting was the improved version, it's like either they were messing it up, or if they were making it better, it was still, he just wasn't a writer. He was an idea guy. His dialogue sounded very old fashioned.
I get that, but the main thing when they were saying is because they were doing this, that he quit early. And we could have got a lot more Kirby stuff. We got a couple more years out of him.
True. Yeah. But for a while, they were just making him the cover guy. He was like doing the cover of just about every comic, it seemed like.
There's also a good article at the same site on Neil Adams when he came to Marvel, when he did the X-Men run.
Uh-huh.
Same thing with that. Stan Lee said that he had gave him the writing then he gave him the art and then he said, I only want to work with Roy Thomas and nobody else. Stan approved it, and then several issues in, he reneged without even telling Neil Adams about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Neil Adams is another guy that's a great artist, but not a very good writer. And because he's come back and done Batman comics recently, and nobody.
Yeah, the Odyssey.
Nobody cares about him. It's like, wait, it's Neil Adams. And I realized, he wrote the story.
He did a lot of B covers for the New 52 Green Arrow run.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I wasn't even aware until recently that Neil Adams had come back.
Nice Kirby.
Maybe Meyer went to eat his eggs. I might have missed that he was trying to cue me that he was heading out, or maybe his phone died. Let's see. I had that whiz, Basil says. Nice, strange Treasury, very cool.
Yeah, I
We have a
can't see
great shop
comics.
for supplies that does stock those bigger bags and boards for Life magazine, says Mr. Rigor Mortis. That's a good thing.
What do you think of the Gray Gargoyle?
That's cool. Yeah, I have that comic too. I think I got that one out of a 3-pack.
I buy this one every time I can find it for under $5. I just love this cover.
It's cool. It's great. Yeah.
I think it's John Romita. Anytime it's John Romita, you don't. I don't know. It looks like some Kirby in there too.
Yeah.
Someone in the comments will tell us. It may be all Kirby, maybe some John Romita touch-ups on it.
Graphic Man's pointing out the Command D writing started out pretty solid. That is true. Here's the Howard the Duck. Yeah. I bought this when it came out.
I remember when Howard the Duck was like so hot in the 70s.
Oh, yeah. Myers says I had to take a call. Going to be a few minutes. Going to eat. Maybe back. Great talking to you both. Thanks, guys. So, any comic book sightings when you were in the Dominican Republic?
No, not a one. Only the ones I brought.
There has to be collectors there.
I even looked. I scanned Google Maps because I was going to go to the Capitol, but I saw bookstores and looked at the pictures, but there's no comics. So I don't know. I don't know.
But there has to be collectors there, I would think.
I don't
I don't know how you find them, though.
Probably not enough to make a noise.
Yeah.
There was one there. His name was Night Tiger.
Here's Conan. This is Marvel Treasury Edition 15.
Conan O'Brien. Ooh, look at the Sonya.
This is
ain't she looking hot?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So
I found these two in a dollar bin in Orlando.
Blade, okay. I've never seen that one.
Supposed to be this is the end of the run, so they're like low print run.
Okay.
I found number one at the flea market over here for $1. It's like $100 comic.
Are those pre-movie? Are those from the 90s?
Yeah, these are from 1995.
And the movie was what, about 2005, 2006?
I don't remember. I thought, was it that late?
Blade 2 came out maybe. I don't know.
I don't know, but we watched Coming to America 2 last night. That was pretty funny. And Wesley Snipes is in that.
I haven't seen that. That was a made-for-Netflix movie, right?
It's on Amazon.
Amazon. Yeah, we have that. I haven't seen that yet. Did you watch that? Was it an Amazon movie? The Tomorrow War? Is that what it's called?
I have it on my list, but I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah.
Those kind of movies, those kind of themed movies, I'm not really into, like the sci-fi, but if they're done well, I'll like them, so I'll check it out.
That movie's fun. I mean, it's not a great intellectual film, but
it's cliche. It's been done so many times, that theme where it's the future, the world's going to end, and because there's an alien invasion, and we got to get all the citizens to step up and fight. Nice, I like that. I've never seen that one.
It's just a fun movie, though. My brother used to call them "Park Your Brains at the Doors" movies.
Yeah, the actors, I like him.
It had my wife screaming and laughing, and it's just fun. She was ready to hate it. She was not happy. She was very angry that we were going to watch this movie, and then she wound up loving it. So that's a very good endorsement.
I tried watching the one with Brad Pitt. Was it Z or something like that?
Brad
with the zombies. And I didn't like that one.
No, the best one though, that's really good, and it's good, seriously good, and it's hard to believe, but it's a Tom Cruise movie, and it's called think Live, Die, Repeat. I think it was called Edge of Tomorrow or something.
Yeah, I seen that. That was good. I liked it.
Yeah, but it bombed, and it sounded
Oh,
like
it
it was
did?
a soap opera, like Edge of Tomorrow. And so when it was put on disc, they changed the title to Live, Die, Repeat, and it's still. But the people that saw it know that it's a great movie.
Yeah, I liked it.
And there's
You know what?
even talk of a sequel, but it never got made. But
There's a good movie on Amazon called Jolt. Have you heard of that?
I haven't heard of that.
It's like a comic book movie. I mean, it's made like to mimic a comic book. She has this anger problem she can't control since she was a little kid. When she sees people doing bad things, she just goes crazy on them.
Uh-huh.
And so this guy had come up with a way to, with a little electrodes on her, and gives her this pump of something whenever that happens to her, so it controls her anger. And it's really good. It's done like tongue-in-cheek, comic book, like kind of cinematic scene.
Huh.
And you just gotta, if you go into it thinking, oh, this is just like a comic book, it's not deep, well thought out deeply. It's a really fun movie. Beautiful chick, beautiful hot chick, and she's beating everybody up, so you can't go wrong.
It's called Jolt.
Yeah.
Have you seen the movie called Super by James Gunn?
Uh-uh.
No, that's a good one. That used to be on Netflix. I don't know if it still is. Let's see.
Have you ever heard of the soda Jolt? You remember that soda?
Yeah, I never tried it though.
It had like 3 times the amount of caffeine as the highest caffeinated soda.
Yeah, probably would have.
You could taste the caffeine when you drank it. You could taste the caffeine. That's how much caffeine was in it.
Yeah, I don't know what caffeine tastes like, but
I didn't either until I drank that.
This is
oh, nice. That's a nice shape too.
Yeah, because I this is something I bought off the from the store, and I treated my stuff well. It's I never had bags and boards for books this size though.
What floor and room is that housed in?
Oh, this is floor 7. Well, but it used to be in a different room.
Here's a 90s comic, but this is a scarce cover B to this, number 2.
They were doing variant covers. Yeah, they were, weren't they, back then?
I think this may be the only B cover in the whole run. There may be one other. I know there wasn't too many of them, 1 or 2.
I've never seen that before.
I didn't either. When I was going through the dollar bin, I looked it up.
Huh.
Right around that Heroes Reborn with the image artist, there was a bunch of B covers at that time.
Let's do it. Graphic Man saying, I can never find that Battlestar Galactica. Of course, I live in an area where fine reading is hard to come by. Yeah, I've never seen it. I just bought it when it came out. Yeah. There's another Fantastic Four.
There's a Fantastic 2 right here.
I know what you're zeroing in on there. So it's just like there's a little bit lost from his art style by that time period. And I don't know if it's just old age or his eyesight going or
I don't know. I mean, if it was like his first time drawing, you'd be like, that's shit. But because it's classic and you grew up on that, you look at it and you're like, oh man, that's classic Kirby right there.
Right.
I remember reading Defenders and with Keith Giffen's art, and he looked a lot like Kirby. I loved it.
Yeah, I thought I had more bags and boards than this. I didn't look at how many I was getting.
Man, those are all in nice shape.
Let's run out, and I haven't even gotten to the DC books yet.
Put me into your will, man. Those are really nice.
Yeah. Wait, this is the same book I just bagged. Yeah, apparently I have 2 of this one. Lobo the Duck. No, I don't have that one. I
look for that one.
They did that.
Look for one at your shop. It's like $1 book.
But is it $1 book?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. When did they do it?
90s, I'm pretty sure. 1997. That's the amalgam.
Yeah, I remember
Of course.
that stuff.
That's one of the harder. I don't know if it's a lower print run, but that's one you don't see too often.
I would think that'd be more than $1 book, but I'd have to look it up.
I don't think it is.
Hmm.
People may want it to be more than $1 book, but it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Now that's some John Romita right there.
Yeah.
Show that chest to Liefeld so you can learn how to draw a chest.
To who?
Rob Liefeld.
Oh, Liefeld, yeah. This bag just split. Cool. Sal
Buscema. I don't know. I don't really like this cover. I was never a big Sal Buscema.
Yeah, those Wolverine
artist.
comics pretty much aren't very high priced. Oh,
actually this one's been shooting up right now.
Oh, has it? Why that particular one?
This is number 1, the first ongoing.
Oh, okay.
Nice. If you ever come across a comic you're reading of Sal Buscema art, look at the faces. It's like everybody's like super pissed off. No one ever smiles or looks happy when he's drawing faces.
It's just like in comics, every single sentence in all comic books ends with an exclamation point. You'll notice.
You know why Stan did that? Because when he was sending books to print, the periods were disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've never seen. Is it only Stanley? It seems like every comic I've ever read, everyone's always showing.
But he started that on the covers in the Silver Age.
I remember reading somewhere there were certain words that they were told to never use in comics because the printing might. Letters might run together like the word flick. You should never use that word because the bad printing will make the letters run together and look like something else. Oh yeah, I remember that comic. It just seemed like kung fu stuff was everywhere in 1974, but I don't know if even on the radio and hit songs, but I don't know if that feeling is there right now for a kung fu movie that they're about to release.
DC, they never could capture like the really cool looking martial art moves in their art. Not like Paul Galassi with Master of Kung Fu.
I was just reading, apparently Wednesday, like 2 days from now, they're starting the What If series on Disney Plus or whatever.
Oh yeah, I heard about
that. And so as part of the publicity for it, apparently they have a Captain America page on the Marvel website. And right now, I guess it had Sam Wilson as Captain America because of the TV show. And then they changed it, and they've got, because it's apparently Peggy Carter as Captain America, and she's called Captain Britain or something in the first episode. So they're getting all these angry people that's saying, how dare you take him and make him into a woman, because they're mad that they took Sam Wilson away, and they don't realize that Sam Wilson is really the Falcon. He was only Captain America for, I guess, for a little while. I don't know how long they did that. I don't read these new comics, but they're upset. They think it's a racist move that they took him away from being Captain America and gave it to an upper class.
Well, you saw what Kevin Smith did with He-Man, didn't you? The Netflix.
I heard about all that. Yeah. So
He-Man disappears in the first episode. He's no longer He-Man.
Is it called He-Man or is it called?
Yeah, the show is called He-Man.
Oh, wow.
He ends up sacrificing himself, and then I forget. It's one of the women that step up and take up the mantle of He-Man.
Yeah. Well,
for the rest of the show, the fans are pissed. I think they said Netflix took it off their top 10 list, and they kind of buried the show now. Kevin Smith is out there on tour bashing all the viewers and the fans.
Yeah, I've heard about that. It's like, I mean, it's kind of a stupid move. He should have known better.
He probably didn't have a choice. He probably knew this is the end of my career, but I want to take this big paycheck, and I'll retire.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, I was never a He-Man fan, so I mean that came along when I was in college. I never watched the cartoons, so I don't. It doesn't affect me, but it affects me in the sense that I know they do it to He-Man, and who will they do it to next that I love?
Right. Have you seen this? Do you know what this is?
Yes, that's one of those '80s independent comics.
This is first Rob Liefeld in comics art.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know.
I tell you how good Rob Liefeld. This is still $1 book.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I got it for 50 cents at the flea market. And my friend said he just found one for $1.
Yeah. Let's see what some people are saying here. Graphic Man says these Conans are sweet. Or your name character Clint, don't do it. Or name your character Clint, don't do it. Wait, there may be some something I missed out here.
This is the only Kirby Western cover that he's ever done. I mean, not Kirby, Dicko.
Oh, really?
Outlaws of the West, number 80.
Stargirl season 2 starts right around then too. Wait, doesn't that start tomorrow night?
Ooh, I gotta watch that.
My daughter has watched season 1 4 times already. Yeah. Have you seen Night Tiger? Have you seen Stargirl?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Did you like it?
Yes.
In comics, you don't want to print Clint. Same. Oh, okay. All right. I get you.
Why? What happens if you do?
Well, you get some giggling kids probably. That's pretty valuable, I guess. I never liked that suit.
I didn't when it came out. I thought it was a passing fad, and I actually stopped buying Spider-Man comics.
That's what I did.
And then we lost out on the $1,000 comics
with the Venom and and all that. But I don't really care about Venom. Is Venom a cool character? I don't know.
I didn't like him for a long time, but then when Donny Cates started writing, I picked it up.
Okay,
and it was pretty good. I picked up some of the early issues of Venom, and now I think that number 7 or something is like a $200 book.
Is the current state of things Venom is a good guy, but kills? Is that?
Well, he was always like kind of a hero. He just hated Spider-Man. He wanted to kill Spider-Man, but he would help everybody else.
Is he gotten over the Spider-Man thing, or is it still?
I don't know. I haven't been reading Venom for a long time. I still have books I picked up at the comic shop for the Donny Cates run. They're still in my haven't read box yet.
Yeah,
like 2-3 years ago. You have that one?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so.
For Starhawk?
Yeah, I think Starhawk is the character that Dr. Silver Age really likes.
Wait a minute. Didn't Starhawk become the first transgender superhero because he became a woman and a man at the end of the run of Guardians of the Galaxy, if I remember correctly?
Starhawk and Star-Lord are in the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, he's in the Guardians in the comic books.
Oh wait, wasn't he? He was in. Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay.
Shuri.
Yeah.
I had a box here I just pulled up.
Yeah.
Grabbed. This book got hot. Origin of Galactus. You got to have this one.
Oh yes, I have that. Yeah, Zombo. We're gonna have to watch it the next day too because I'm sure that show comes on at 7. I think tomorrow night, and I won't be able to get home until like 7:30. I'll have to watch it the next day on the CW app. I think Stargirl's a Tuesday night show. It starts tomorrow. I think Titans starts tomorrow too on HBO Max. But I don't know if they're going to release the whole series or one episode a week. I think it's one episode a week. but Titans is not family friendly like Stargirl is. For definitely not family friendly.
Yeah, Stargirl's testimony that you can make a family-friendly show and it's good.
Right. And having a bright costume like Peacemakers in the Suicide Squad shows that you can do a pretty much comic accurate costume, and people accept it. I assume people accept it. People are liking the movie. It's just now put down in history as a bomb in its first weekend, unfortunately.
I thought George Clooney was the first Peacemaker.
George Clooney.
Wasn't he in a movie called The Peacemaker?
I don't know. If it wasn't this particular character.
With Rosita Jones or something like that.
I don't know. This is a character that goes, back to Charlton. Yeah.
Remember the Spider-Mobile?
Right. That's right about the time I started reading it. And so I remember the cool dynamic with Johnny Storm and how he built that car for Spider-Man. And Spider-Man used it for like an issue or two, and then it went right into the river.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that the Schlepp car was hot, so they decided we should put that in Spider-Man?
I think that there was a demand from, I think, Mego, the toy company, that he has a vehicle. So they wanted to have the vehicle show up in the comics. So I think there was an angry writer that said, "The hell with it! I'll put it in there, but I'm going to destroy it almost instantly." So technically, it did appear in the comic, but he immediately got rid of it, which I thought I respected that. But then when they did Secret Wars and DC did Superpowers, only to bring all the heroes together so they could make a toy line, I was thinking, man, I didn't like that. But then I never read them, so I'm sure they're great if you read them. I don't know.
But I guess Speed Buggy was out in '74, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right about the same time. Speed Buggy was a Saturday morning show, right?
Yeah, it was the live action.
But I don't think that was big enough that's why they put that car in Spider-Man. I think it was a toy company demanding it. That's how a lot of these stupid decisions get made. Like putting Venom into Spider-Man 3 was a toy-directed move. I never saw that issue. I bought a lot of that run, but towards the end, I don't think I was keeping up with it. What year did it finally die? Mid 80s?
Yeah. 86.
Got to Return of the Jedi.
86 or something like that.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Dr. Shrinker and her what was it, the Sea Monster?
Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. I watched the very first episode, yeah. And my brother saw one of the episodes filmed at Six Flags Over Texas, or videotape.
Oh wow. Nice.
He claimed that they shot it there at the park, the indoor scenes. I don't know. He may have thought it was that, and it was just like characters running around the stage. But Sid and Marty Krofft used to do a lot at that park. Yeah.
I know you watched Land of the Lost.
Oh, I love Land of the Lost.
Chaka. I used to have a guy in high school look just like him. I used to call him Chaka.
Yeah.
Every time I still see him now and then, I'm like, "What's up, Chaka?" Here's some Steve Ditko.
Yeah, yeah.
He was younger than me. I don't think he even knows who Chaka is.
I thought you meant Steve Ditko was younger than you. I'm saying,
No.
You sure look good for that age. No, yeah. Well, Chaka, he's younger. Yeah, you know who Chaka. That show was in reruns for years.
And then they changed the characters because they wanted a piece of the action. And then it went downhill.
Is that what happened? Where they dropped their dad or whatever?
Yeah, because they were running commercials. I think they made toys using their likeness, and they didn't get any money out of it. So once they asked for money, they were fired.
So yeah, so the dad was written out in the second season, and then some uncle was like looking for them, and he filled in for him. Yeah, I remember that.
Same with the Dukes.
They were trying to market the older brother Will, right? Was he Will as a rock star?
Yeah, Will and
Because in the
Holly.
credits it says introducing Wesley. He had a one name thing. But I'll tell you, the closing credits. I wonder if there's probably not, but wouldn't it be great if that was a complete song and not just a little 30-second thing?
You know, I used to think if they never get out of there, they're going to die out unless Will and Holly make a baby together.
Oh,
I know that's something to think about. I was like, but what are they going to do? I mean, there'll be nobody else left.
Yeah, that Masters of the Universe just sold at the store 2 days ago.
How much?
It had a bad. It could have been corrected with a press, but it had been in a comic box for decades, sagging, so the bottom part was rolled over, and man, I don't think it was priced much more than $10. I don't.
Oh wow, nice.
I don't know. I mean, the guy could have bought it. I said, well, if you press this, maybe it was priced more. I didn't really look. It was up on the wall, and this guy was like, I saw him get out his phone and he was looking up prices. You could tell they like it when they get their phone out and start looking at prices.
Yeah, I've been to a few shops where the owner will go, well, you can press that, so it will actually be a 9 or an 8.5. So I have to sell it at that price. And I'm like,
oh shit,
I'm out of here.
That's not how you do it.
Yeah, there's a few people I come across that did that to me, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You sell this for what it is. You can't say, oh well, you can go home and press it.
I've seen several people on YouTube talking recently about taking the comics up to the cashier, and then they say, well, we've got to reprice this. It's like,
oh, that's me. I did a rant on that.
You did it, but then someone else did it. I think, who's that guy? Journo's Comics. He's always angry about something. I mean, I'm not saying he's a mean guy, but he's always got things that piss him off. Yeah, Spider Ham, I have that. That's good stuff. Let's see what people are saying here or not.
Yeah, I can't see the comments.
So Zombo says, oh, yeah, sorry, Gratu. We watched CW. I read that. Then Zombo says, did they ever make a model kit of the Spider-Mobile? I would kind of dig that. They had like a Hot Wheels car that came out, it seems like within the last year or so. And then on the card, it had an image of, it might have been bigger than Hot Wheels scale, but it had an image of that 70s. I don't think it was that cover, but the one before it. But yeah, that's relatively recent. Zombo says, well, there was an updated version of Land of Lost in the 90s. 2 good reasons to watch that show, if I remember it correctly. 2 good reasons. I didn't follow, but the original is the one. I didn't like the remake. I liked the original with the cheesy effects, and because it was what I watched as a kid. It's just like, and then then of course there was the movie. Yeah, I bought that off the stands when it came out.
Same here. I bought the graphic novel too, but I don't have it anymore.
Have you seen the movie? I hear it's not bad, but I haven't seen it.
I'll probably come across it one day on Amazon or something.
Oh yeah, Zombo says there was a scantily clad jungle girl. Yeah, there was. I remember that too. I have that Spider-Mobile LOL. It is Hot Wheels size, right?
I've never seen anyone show the toy on their channel yet. The ROM.
Well, I don't have a ROM, but here is something I just found. I was going to show it the other day to Basil, but couldn't find it. Let me clear the path so I can walk 5 feet to get this thing. I didn't buy this when it came out. I got it. I don't know where I got it, but let me move this hand grenade on the floor.
Don't pull the pin.
Oh, it's a dummy. There's a long story that my father used to tell me about hand grenades, but I probably told it too many times.
Is it a funny story or is it a horrific story?
Well, he went to a Catholic school, and
He brought a grenade.
during World War II, one of his friend's buddies, I guess, was off in the war, and he sent little souvenirs back to his little brother, and one was a hand grenade, and so he's playing with it under the desk. Well, one time one of these guys was playing with something, and he had a box. He was peeking in it, and the nun came over, the teacher, and took the box and and put it in her big outfit, the big pocket. And then later she I guess she felt something moving, and she reached in her pocket. Inside this little box was a live snake, and she had a snake in her hands, and I think she threw it. So that was one thing. But then he said that after the last day of school and summer was starting, they had wooden floors, and they made the kids polish the floors before they went home for summer. So he remembered at one point during the school year, the nun had taken up this little hand grenade that one of his classmates had and tossed it like into her desk drawer, and it kind of just threw it in there because she was mad that he was playing. And so my dad went over there because the kids were in there. There were no teachers to supervise. He opened the drawer, and it emblazoned in his mind exactly that hand grenade. And he said years later, when he was in the Army, he realized that was a live hand grenade that this nun had just thrown into her drawer. That I don't know why anyone would send a live hand grenade to their little brother, but maybe he'd gone from the war. Okay, anyway, it's this thing.
Maybe he was being a brat that day, and his mom said, "Here, take this to school."
Apparently, this robot converts into a gun. But when but it looks a little obscene there. I don't know the actual. I guess it's supposed to be up like that. I don't know.
That's the low handle.
It's a GoBot. I need to dust it. I don't think people collect GoBots. Maybe they do. It's not exactly.
I don't know. It looks pretty cool.
Shogun Warriors are cool. This is like. This is not quite as cool, but. Like that, it's just obscene enough.
Hey, if you don't have a Shogun Warrior, that's cool.
I have one Shogun Warrior. Oh, I got you. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, I prefer the 60s and 50s outer space stuff to the stuff from the 70s. Even though I was growing up then, I always liked the stuff my older brothers had. Bronco says, I enjoyed the New Mutants film. Basil says that grenade is killer. I had a bunch of them until about 20 years ago when it blew up everybody. Let's see, Zombo. Nice wiener robot grot. Yeah. Wiener is spelled I-E. I always make that correction because my last name is Weinert, so people always pronounce it Wienert. And it's like, no, Wiener is I-E and Weinert is E-I. Okay, yes, I got that when I was a kid. That's a cool
This book is getting hot right now. I think it's like up to over $150.
Really?
I found it at the flea market for $1.
Why is it hot? Because they're thinking they're going to bring Johnny.
Because the Morbius, the Werewolf by Night, and then Ghost Rider. I think they're thinking of doing a film where they're all going to be in it. The Man Thing never gets love though. He's like nobody cares about the Man Thing. Yeah. I mean the women should love the Man Thing.
But does the Morbius trailer? I don't know. I hear that I read this morning, or I saw someone talking that the Morbius movie will have Spider-Man appear and Venom appear. But these movies they're making of the villains without Spider-Man don't interest me at all.
Same here.
It's just because Sony has the rights to this stuff. It's just almost like spoiled little kids. Well, I'm going to make my own movie separately. So I had no interest in watching Venom if Spider-Man's not in it. And
I haven't watched Venom either. I haven't watched Shazam either.
Shazam's good. That's
what I heard.
Good. Shazam's good. Aquaman was good, even though I'd rather he be a blonde guy with short hair.
I saw that. I did like it. I don't know, that guy's a hunk, man. Whoever played him.
Yeah, I just wish that it was he could have played him. Just dye his hair blonde and put makeup over his tattoos, because that's not Aquaman. I don't know. Maybe people imagine a different Aquaman. They
It's
grew up
awkward,
with the long-haired guy with the claw or hook or whatever. I know that guy from the 60s and 50s and 40s with the blonde hair. And I just stick with. I love that. I love the John Severin art.
Arthur Curry. I just picked up Jim Apparel's first work in the Aquaman title.
Yeah. Well, we were talking to Guandanaland Books, the guy that does Guandanaland Books, the other day, Lance Jones, on Saturday night, and he was talking about. We were talking about the age of people. His target market is kind of 50 and up, people that want those old books. And I said, well, there is a younger group, because I mentioned you by name. I said Night Tiger Comics did a stream with these guys that are like 20, looked like they were 22 maybe, barely out of high school, that collect Golden Age. But I don't know how much of a factor that is in the market for Golden Age, but it's nice that there's younger people.
What's Guandanaland Comics?
Oh, it's a guy that has put out like 5,000 print-on-demand books. I'd have to show you. They
made what, newsprint?
Well, no, they're really high-quality reprintings shot from scans of Golden Age comics and monster magazines. And what you do is you order books, and then once you order it, it's printed they're at Amazon, and within 2 days you have this soft cover book filled with like give me a title. I'll try looking it up here. I'll split the screen.
So like a Golden Age title?
Yeah, yes, just something. I'll see if you have
the Arrow.
See, what matters is it in public domain, and a lot of these characters
That's in public domain, I believe.
Okay, so let me
like 1939. I think it's from 1939, 1940.
So if there is something that he hasn't done, he takes requests, and sometimes one person requests it. He sends the scans to Amazon, and they have it. And there's sometimes he does it, and no one ever orders a single copy, so the book doesn't really even exist. But apparently every day he produces about 3 books. But sometimes it's just the one person that requested it is the only person that ever gets it. But let's see. I'll type in Guandanaland. Guandanaland Comics. He's got over 5,000. So here's what he does. It's like for $36, you can get a complete collection of Tales from the Tomb, Word Tales, Cheyenne Kid. I've never ordered any, but I talked about it on here, and everybody's ordering but me. And I brought the guy on. He came on with a vampire mask on the other night.
See, I'm of a different mindset. I want to have the original comic in my collection.
Sure.
And read it.
I completely understand that, but but if you can't do that, if you don't have the money.
Right, but what I'm saying is I have so much I haven't read that instead of buying like something that's reprinted, I'll read what I have that I haven't read. But I have a lot of Golden Age horror books I haven't even read yet.
But see here, I collect monster magazines. I have never seen modern monsters in my life in the wild. I've never seen it, and I've been collecting 50 years. So now for $18.99, I can get 350 pages. And like the first 20 issues of Famous Monsters Homeland.
It's all color?
Well, this won't be because it's a black and white magazine. But his comics, you can get them either color and pay like $35, $40, or you can pay like half that or like less than 20 and get black and white reprints. So he gives you 2 different versions.
Right.
He's even reprinted this Harvey Kurtzman book that's hard to find.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that's cool, and that definitely looks like a great price. Those
Yeah, I understand that wanting the originals. Absolutely. It's just
see that Smash Comics is pretty cool, but I have a bunch of those.
Yeah, so, see, also this is something here. Now, this Charlton comic, I've never at this point, Charlton was printing in the 60s. This magazine, everyone I've talked to that's owned this magazine say that it just falls apart, disintegrates like you're picking up leaves in November off your lawn. But
does that remind you of the Garbage Pail Kids right there?
a little bit. But anyway, it's just this is this. So that's what it looks like. And so, see, it's very good. They give you a sample that. So
there's 2 Charlton series that are super scarce. One's called Public Defender. It's only a few issues, and the other one's called Zaza the Mystic.
Let's see,
extremely hard.
He prints famous monsters here, but he can't put the title on the cover because that's still under trademark. But the first 20 issues aren't. What is the comic you want me to look up? What now?
It's called, I think it's called Zaza, Z-A-S-A or Z-A-Z-A, the Mystic. There's only 2 issues, but it's extremely.
Well, another thing he'll do is he'll take, like, let's say you've got Jungle Comics, and there's different heroes in each issue. He'll put out collected.
No, it's Z. It starts with a Z.
Oh, okay. He'll put out collected issues.
I think it's Z-A-Z-A.
Z-A-Z-A. Okay, let's try it out. Oh, look. For $11, you can get the 2 complete issues.
That's all there is, too.
So, you know, what would it cost to buy those 2 issues?
A lot of money, because I think they go for over $100 a piece.
Well, see, this saves you a little bit of money. Let's
type
see.
in public defender next when you get done.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never heard of Zaza in my life.
I've been looking for those.
But he'll print it for you.
I think he has one on eBay, and I think he has another public defender because I've seen that.
Okay, see, he's got just about everything if it's public domain. Okay, so here you've got 8.
Yep.
Oh, okay, so this is the color one. It's $32. The black and white one is $13. That's why it has the same cover, but
right.
Yeah. So it's just, you know,
That's cool, yeah.
There's no comparison to owning the original comic.
Type in Centaur comic.
Well, that's what it looks like inside. I mean, just to give you an idea of.
See, now what we just did is we showed everybody these obscure Charltons. Now my competition just went up.
Well, yeah, but they're going to buy these Guadalajara ones because they're honestly.
Yeah, don't buy the real ones. Those public defenders come up for auction, and you can get them cheap if you win the auctions, but a lot of times they'll go pretty high.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've seen people win them for $12 to $20.
Yeah, because the market for buying original copies of these old issues that aren't key issues is kind of dying off, and
nobody knows about them until now. Everybody, we got something we could hypnotize everybody.
Hey, there's 16 people watching. I don't normally
put in Centaur.
Hey, you remember that poster I have that shows the comics that were available in that month?
Yeah.
39 and the ones that you need to pull off. A couple of days ago, Basil came on and showed us the stuff that he still has. He sent me that as a present in the mail like last summer, but he showed us like order forms. Here's the comics and magazines you can get this month. And it was an order form for ordering Marvel Comics #1. What do you think an order form? What would that be worth? Because there's no
I don't know. I'm thinking pretty much.
Huh?
I'm thinking if you put it up for auction, like on Heritage, and it was there for a month, ahead of time announcing
Yeah.
it will be for sale. There might be quite an interest in that.
I mean, what do you think it would?
I would guess, if I had to guess, I would say it could fetch up to 200, maybe a little more.
200,000?
No,
$200.
Yeah. Depends how bad somebody wanted it. I mean, if somebody had money and they really wanted it, it could go up really high.
But the comic itself is over $1 million comic. If you got an order form for it,
what you do is you put it on eBay, list what it is, and put it at a high number and see if it let it sit there.
He put a bunch of those distributor things like I had up, and a guy bought a bunch of them a few years back for $800, $900. So, but that was only one guy that was buying them. Anyway, what was the book you were looking for?
Centaur, Centar.
Not AUR?
I don't think it is.
It's not spelled like mythological centaur? Well, I'll try it that way.
It may be.
Complete Sam Hill.
AUR.
Man, he's even printed. Yeah, Mike Shane, Private Eye. He's done everything. He just finished.
Put AUR.
Yeah. Oh, he even did. Apparently, there was some Dennis the Menace that was in public domain.
I think that's Centaur up there, that Keen Detective.
Okay.
The third one down. The third one down. Put UR though and see what happens.
I did, and I got
this.
Go.
Yeah, there you go.
Which ones?
All of them.
Yeah, they're great. I mean, it's just like but
that Man of War and high grade would probably be $1,000.
But the ones that are too high dollar for you to
Mystery
possibly
funnies.
get.
It's not even that they're high. I have that one right there. The number, the Stars and Stripes.
Oh yeah.
Before the one above Detective Eye.
Yeah, didn't you show that on your show a few weeks ago?
Yeah. But it's not even that they go for a lot of money. They are very scarce.
Right. Well, if you just want to read them, because more and more these are becoming, everyone's slabbing them, and then they're wanting.
Exactly. That's killing. Slabbing's killing the golden age collecting.
Right. But what I think this guy's doing is making this available to people that would never have been able to see these comics. Right. And it looks good. It's not, doesn't look like a photocopy. It looks.
Check out that Wham. I seen that Wham for auction a couple of years ago.
Go back and look at the Wham.
I tried to get it. The Wham, did you see it? Right next to it was right next to the Stars and Stripes cover.
Oh.
Right. See it up there in the corner?
Oh, there. Yeah, well that's apparently, that must be
those are all the other issues in there.
Okay, so
now the Keen Detective, I think the number one is the first all original one themed comic book on the newsstand ever.
Yeah. Well, owning Golden Age comics is a responsibility because they're like museum pieces, but
they're one of a kind almost, every one of them.
So this guy reproducing them so you can go to the beach with one, you can read them while drinking a Coke or something instead of putting on gloves to handle it, I think is a good thing. I don't think it's a substitute.
I never wear gloves. If I ever wear gloves to read a comic, shoot me.
I know. I'm just saying in general, I think what he's doing is a great thing to.
So, Gratu, can I get you to commit to buying one today?
Of one of these Guandanaland?
Yeah.
I would if I had some money.
I'm busting your balls.
Well, let's see. Someone's saying something there. Zombo says, oh, there's a Tilly the Toiler on Amazon from Guandanaland. See what that's important to me because that was the comic my mom said that she would read when she was a little girl.
Oh, I have a Tilly the Toiler. I got it for $5.
Well, there was always a character that my mom was always drawing while she was doodling while talking on the phone, and I think it was Tilly the Toiler that she had learned how to draw as a little girl. My wife says, "Sup, fuckers and gentlemen."
Okay, now which one of the fuckers?
I don't know. Basil says, "Hey, you got the bucks and you want bragging rights? I'll say the Marvel #1 order form from 1939. Laugh out loud. You want to have first crack at it? Because nobody."
Okay, I'll put on the first bid, $20.
Oh shit. I don't.
That'll buy you a dinner on Friday night.
But you can see all the ones he had up that he showed us a couple of days ago. I don't know what episode number that would be. And then the Guadalajara guy, Lance Jones, that does all these, was on Saturday night. But you probably don't want to watch to the end of the show because it turns into blazing combat. But I had a big argument with one of the regulars on the show.
A knockdown drag out?
It wasn't.
It got heated.
Yeah. It was. But,
now I want to go watch it.
Well, do what you want, but
that makes good television.
That's what I was telling my wife. It's like
it was like
on a Saturday night, and I could watch a guy that reprints Golden Age comics, and then it turns into pro wrestling. It's like this most amazing thing. And everyone's saying, you need to edit out the end of the show. I said, why? It
was like the Gratu Springer show.
I'm sorry that I lost my temper, guys, if it upset any of you, but it's just like it comes out sometimes.
Were you drinking? Did you have any beers?
No, I just had one just now, but that's the second beer I've had in like a year.
What was the heated discussion about?
You can watch it. It kind of started when one night when you were on and another particular person was on, and I let you guys just take. I'm going to the supermarket, and I let you. And then the person was reading stuff that was, and he knew that the lady that wrote this shitty comic was litigious, and yeah. It's like that's a shitty. And then things progressed from there. Just kept one thing after another till my head exploded, and it wasn't pretty.
Over what? Did this lady contact you?
Oh no! But it's just nonstop. I don't want you watch it and you see.
Was it from that show or was it a different show?
No, it's many things that have happened. I don't know. Basil says it's the greatest show ever episode.
It's like the Barnum Bailey of YouTube comics.
I guess. I don't know. I'm not real proud to have exploded on someone that's a very fragile person. It's like I don't know. It's
was that what's his name from Canada?
Possibly.
You're claiming to not.
I don't want. No, it's okay. It's like he's still a friend. I just don't really want that on my show. That kind of stuff. That he's a nice guy, but I move on.
We're guys. We could have knockdown dragouts and we'll be friends in 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I can be friends with him. It's just, maybe in another lifetime or something.
I've had fist fights with people and then we'll be best buddies.
I said that Saturday night. I said, you're still a friend. I just, goddamn.
You're banned.
Your story arc. It's just like, I'm sorry. It's like,
So what is it you don't want on your show? You don't want talking about banned comics or copyrighted material?
Oh, no. It's just there's different things that I don't really want to.
Well, I want to make sure I don't want to piss you. I want to make sure I know what it is. I don't want to piss you off.
It's no, you're not going to piss me off. It's no, it's not that.
So, anyways, Gratu, how the hell are you?
You'll see it if you watch it.
How you doing? How's everything going? How's the dog? How's the wife?
Dog is doing great. wife's all right. We're just waiting to see what happens in the world. I mean, there's.
So what's the plans for buying your other house?
We found some good ones, but right now it's like, do we want to leave Texas right now, or maybe it's better to just be cool and
not
chill.
unless you're going to Florida, you don't want to leave Texas.
Yeah. So, right. So I think stuff may happen over the next few days. I don't know. Do you see problems here in the trucking industry? I finally am starting to see shortages on the shelves in stores. What are you saying? Why do you think that's happening?
The only shortage I see was we couldn't find sweet potatoes for over a month. Not yams, but Hispanic sweet potatoes. We were at Publix yesterday, and I like, honey, look. And there was a pile of sweet potatoes, so we grabbed as many as we could.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
But I haven't seen any shortages on anything else.
Well, I've just seen.
I see fuel prices going up.
Well, the gasoline price it's like double pretty much for me to fill up my tank. It used to be I'd fill it up for 20 something. Now it's 40 something.
Yep. I filled up my wife's, and I've never seen it hit 40 filling up her car.
So that's something that's gonna like take away some of your competition on bidding for those Golden Age comics, because it's like, do I eat or do I put gas in my car, or do I get that issue of Sam Hill?
Right.
And then if I
I've been trying to get an issue of Sam Hill for a couple years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing to collect that stuff, but
it's weird how that series a lot of people want it, and it goes up. It goes for good money. It's weird. I don't know why. There's no like keys or nothing in it.
Did it start as an expression and then become a character, or is the character?
Wasn't that from Teddy Roosevelt? That expression.
I just know people say, "What in the Sam Hill?" instead of saying "What in the hell." So
I think Teddy Roosevelt started that when he was in the Rough Riders, if I remember correctly.
Could be. Maybe it was a hill they had to charge up. Hey Siri, what is the origin of the expression "What in the Sam Hill"?
There's actually a Rough Riders comic by Avon I'd love to get.
Wikipedia.org. People began using the term "What in the Sam Hill is that?" to describe something they found odd or unusual, just like the inventory found in Sam Hill's store.
Oh, Sam Hill at a store. Oh. Hey Siri, who was Sam Hill? See, it's just like Star Trek. Working.
Here are matches for Star Trek. Star Trek.
No, shut up. Hey Siri. God damn it, not Star Trek. Hey Siri, who was Sam Hill? God damn it.
Do you want to hear the next five?
No. Hey Siri, who was Sam Hill?
Not Sam Drucker.
Australian professional enduro mountain biker and former professional downhill racer.
No.
Would you like to hear more?
Hey Siri, where was Sam Hill's store?
I didn't get that. You can also try spelling it.
Never mind.
They should have an app where you can strangle her.
Yeah, really. No, she's listening. She was still listening. She heard that. She sounds friendly, but she's the voice of who knows what. Sometimes I'm just talking to my wife, and it's like, I didn't hear what you said. That's because
I put mine on sexy Australian female voice on my Google devices.
Oh, do you?
And my wife goes, "Why do you like British accents?" I go, "It's Australian. I don't like British."
You should check out Rough Riders from Aftershock Comics. That was really good.
There's one by Avon that's really hard to get.
There was
Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders.
Huh. Well, Aftershock Comics, that's recent, right? That doesn't sound like an old-timey comic company.
I don't know. I hardly buy new comics ever.
Yeah, I don't know. So,
I bought the new Batman last week, and the cover, the art was really good in it, but this new character, something Molly and Punchline, it's just not Batman. He's running around with two girl clowns. It just.
Oh, are they related?
I think they're forcing the writer to write this narrative that he just doesn't. He started out really good, with Batman writing Batman like he should be written, and then they introduced these clown characters.
I heard something on, I was going to say the radio, but on YouTube earlier today, they're saying the Batman writers have all defected to something else. I don't know what they were talking about. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't. He's putting out some good stuff. He's got some independent books that are out, and they're selling really good.
Let me open a window and type in DC comic writers. See if there's a breaking news about it.
I bought The House on the Lake 1 and 2, but I haven't read it yet. I heard it's good though.
Okay, Batman writer James Tynion the Fourth is moving from DC to Substack.
Okay,
I guess for creator-owned comics. So maybe they're leaving to go to like something like Cyberfrog, that guy or something.
Like I said, when I read it, it felt like they're pushing a narrative on him to write. Because when he jumped on the book, he put it in a new direction that was back to Batman, how he should be. But then they introduced all this future state crap.
Yeah.
And they're writing towards that. And I think now I'm just the feeling that they're forcing him to write a narrative.
Yeah.
It just doesn't fit Batman at all. And it's really bad.
That would explain this. It says if things at DC Comics seem a little different in the coming months, it's because writer James Tynion IV is leaving. He announced today that he'll exit Batman after issue 117 in November and the Joker after issue 14 in April 2022. Where is he headed? Well, he'll be moving his talents exclusively to Substack with no immediate plans to write any other superhero comics in the near future.
Because see, he revitalized the title when he came on, and Tom King left, and Tom King had drove it into the ground, and now I'm not seeing a good future for the Batman title.
Okay, no, there's not going to be a good future, and that was one of the only comics I heard people say, I'm still reading Batman. That was like the one thing they were holding out with. He says he's in September, he's going to publish Blue Book, an original UFO comic written by Tynion, drawn by Michael Avon Oming, and lettered by Aditya Bidikar.
You remember watching that? You watched that show, Project
UFO? But Project Blue Book?
Yeah, back in, what was it?
Oh, 70s? Yeah. That was Jack Webb. It was, you had Dragnet, Adam 12, Emergency, and then he did one about Project Blue Book. That's why it was kind of like the two guys were kind of like Friday, and it was two guys.
I remember the name, and I remember watching it. I just cannot remember the show.
What Project? I remember. Which one?
You remember Bubba Black Sheep?
Oh yeah. I remember that.
That was a good show.
Yeah.
Wild Wild West. I knew you watched that. That was really good.
Sure, that was great. James Bond in the Old West with the most amazing theme song ever. Let's see. My wife is saying, "Hey, Bronco." He told us the pronunciation is Bronco the other day.
What were you saying? Branco?
I think I was saying Branco. I didn't know. Oh, yeah.
Mine is Night Tiger Comics.
Yeah, that's easy to say. How long were you in the Dominican Republic?
2 weeks.
What's the weather like there?
This time it was hot, and last time we went last month, it rained almost every day, so it was kind of nice, but it was just hot.
Eric Breen says Nick Spencer quit Spider-Man and Marvel to go to Substance as well. Says a lot that the writers of the best-selling books at the big two both quit within 2 months.
They're probably getting more money too, I can imagine. DC and Marvel, especially Marvel. Marvel's paying the least. They're hiring all the worst writers because they're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently people care. I don't know if people care about all these new characters. Apparently everyone's saying America Chavez. I don't even know who that America Chavez is. I guess it's a teenager has a star on her chest that is kind of like Captain America. I don't know.
I don't know who she is. I almost bought her #1 the other day, though.
There's some comic
just for investment.
There's some comic with a white cover where Spider-Man, what's his name? The
Miles.
Miles Morales. He's taking his mask off and he's looking down kind of sad with a white cover, and it's like some key issue. Do you know what that even is? What is that? It's like future state, future shock, future world. It's some.
I've seen it. I think I have that.
Apparently, it's a very pricey comic now because people want to get it slabbed because it's.
You're thinking of his first appearance?
It might be his first appearance
in Ultimate Fallout 4.
Fallout, yeah, I didn't know what it's called. That's what it is.
Oh yeah, that book is like thousands of dollars.
Is it really? Because there's thousands. The owner of the store.
I wouldn't pay big money for it.
It was a worthless comic, right? So for years on Free Comic Day, he would give out copies of that comic with the sad Miles Morales to people, but he'd stamp it with the store name. It's got this white cover and it's perfect for stamping. And apparently it's now legendary amongst all the trading people on eBay. Who's this asshole that stamped all these comics? And I bet in the future, the ones that are stamped, it's going to become an interesting story. And those are going to be worth more. But for right now, they're charging less for them. But I
actually went through a box a couple months ago and found 2 of those Free Comic Book Day first Fallout 4s.
Well, these weren't Free Comic Book Day; they were the real books. But some kind of.
I think I heard that story.
They give out free comics, and then they also give out comics they've got overstock of, but he ordered thousands. Boxes of that particular issue, not the Free Comic Day, but the real thing. And it was just giving them away free, and then it becomes a $high book, and he's still got some that are stamped and some that are in perfect condition and some that got eaten a little bit by termites, but there's thousands. And so you put one up on the wall, it sells. Okay, there's another one magically there because they don't tell everybody, but there's plenty. It's ridiculous. Why do people care? Spider-Man's Peter Parker. I don't know.
There's 2 books I don't care about. Actually, I probably hate. That's one of them. And the other one is New Mutants 98. I think that's the stupidest key. I hate it.
Yeah. Well,
if I got one, I would only buy it to resell it if I could make money off it.
And that's the first Deadpool or first Cable?
Yeah. The artist terrible. 900,000 of them were printed, and I don't understand what people see in that book. It is just an ugly book, crappy story, crappy character all around.
I don't know. I pulled out 3 reprints of it. It has a different background color. People are excited about the reprints. I never read a Deadpool comic in my life. I don't know anything about Deadpool. It's always just some character that appeared in the 90s that kind of looked like Spider-Man a little, and apparently is like kind of a wisecracking guy that talks to the audience. Were the comics as extreme as the movies?
I didn't watch the movies. I don't like Deadpool.
Oh, yeah.
I have some Deadpool comics, and I read them, and not one of them I've read yet is any good. I think he's a stupid character.
Well, I watched the movies and I thought they were fun, but I'm also thinking, this is stuff that's based on the X-Men comics that originally were for kids, and you've got X-Men characters like Colossus in this movie, and then you've got all this perversion in the movie, which I find funny, but kids are going to want to watch that movie, and so. And the Suicide Squad is, to a certain degree, it's the same. These are all characters that Batman fought and different, the Flash fought, and you're making a Saving Private Ryan gore fest. I don't know. I love the Suicide Squad, not the original, but the one that just came out 2 days ago. And I really like the Deadpool movies, but I have no interest in those Deadpool comics. And I'm just wondering if they are as extreme in content.
Not the ones that I've read.
The only ones that Marvel's that I've seen that went nuts were the ones that what did they say, Max on them?
Oh yeah.
Show Wolverine in bed naked with girls, and they show the Punisher pulling out people's teeth one by one from inside the mouth of the person. It's like sadistic, fricked up stuff, and Nick Fury naked, and it's like all of a sudden Marvel Comics done in the style of that Warren comic 1984 that just pushed everything way too far. That's
I'm glad you told me. I don't think I've read any of those, Max, and I'll stay away from them.
Yeah, there's a Nick Fury one where heads are being blown off. It's really extreme, like the Suicide Squad. And
the thing is, I think you and me, we grew up in an age where superheroes they stood for morality and standards and righteousness. And since the 90s, they've been slowly turning to the villains becoming heroes or making villains out of the heroes. Well, I don't like it. I mean, I'm old school.
Right. The anti-heroes are the big characters now.
Joker has his own movie. Venom has his own movie. You know, they're making stars out of the villains, and I don't care for that.
Yeah. Well, the Suicide Squad reminds you that these are not nice people, and lets you realize that okay, they're working together, but as soon as I'm not giving anything away. I won't do that. But one of the characters, you realize just from there's a scene where you see what he's seeing when he looks at the other members of the Suicide Squad, and you realize that as soon as they defeat the Ultimate Menace, he's going to kill all of them too. That doesn't happen. I'm just saying you know that this guy's.
I read the new Suicide Squad that just came out, and what's her name, Amanda Waller? She has these things attached to their heart or something, or their brain. And if they decide they're going to fall out of line and they're not going to do what she tells them, she blows up their brain.
Was that the way it was? And when did that start? Because that is consistent.
I don't know. I just read that in the new run.
Well, I'm sure they're trying to make the new run consistent with the movie, because I noticed Peacemaker's prominent on the cover of one of the last issues. But now they got like a magazine-sized. That's the new thing DC's doing, is these magazine-sized comics. I think they might be slightly bigger than a magazine. And I thought maybe
that happened in the first 2 to 3 pages of I think it was the #1 issue. She just blew this guy's brains up.
In the 80s? Because, I mean...
No, just recently. I think it's the new series, if I remember.
I figured that was how she was doing it all along.
Possibly. I haven't read it.
Well,
I haven't followed Suicide
Did she
Squad.
start in the 80s with the Suicide Squad? And it was in the 80s that
I think in the Legends series was the new Suicide Squad.
Okay, and that's when they started making supervillains the members, right?
Yeah.
Because in the original comic, I remember, was just a squad that fought dinosaurs called Task Force X. It was nothing like. And
I got a couple of those. I haven't read them yet either.
Yeah, it was basically the Challengers of the Unknown, but with a really cool name, Suicide Squad. It was in like Brave and the Bold, I guess. But it's nothing like what it's become now. But anyway,
it's more like Suicide Squad basically, Death Squad.
But yeah, I love the Suicide Squad, and I really like the 2 Deadpool movies. But then I realized, I don't know. In the first Deadpool movie, they show his girlfriend pegging him the butthole. I mean, this is a comic book movie with characters. I mean, that's like something I've never seen in an R-rated movie, and it's just like, it's a comic book movie it's like, it's so anti that it's funny. But still, kids are seeing these movies, man. They're completely 100% seeing these movies. What are you doing?
I'm checking comments. Can you still see me?
Oh, yeah. I can. Graphic Man says, I can also say I've never read a Deadpool book. I don't know, but I enjoyed the movies, I have to admit. And I enjoyed Suicide Squad. And but, I don't like... changes made to characters that have been around for 50 years. Just like, what was the character that they made gay? The Rawhide Kid.
They also made Green Lantern from the Golden Age gay.
They did.
Yeah. And here in the recent DC run, that was
okay. Well,
that is the dumbest thing ever.
Well, I mean, it's fine if you want to make a character that's like that, but don't change a character that's been around for pretty close to 80 years. Hasn't it been 80 years?
Yeah, and they put it like one page where he comes out to his son, and then they say his son goes, "Oh, you're so brave." What's brave about that? He's battled supervillains for 80 years, but all of a sudden he's brave because he comes out and says, "I'm gay."
Well, the Teen Titans, I forgot what I was going to say. The Teen Titans TV show is another example of extreme.
Yeah,
I think it's really good, but they add extreme stuff into it. If they just edit those things out, it would be a really great show.
Same with The Boys from Amazon. I watched season 2 and I got disgusted by it.
I got through season 1. One, you said? Did you get through season 2? Well, we didn't.
2 was disgusting because they started adding these sexual elements with guys and stuff.
Where is it? This Saturday, Free Comic Day. Going through the
books. This Saturday? Sweet.
Well, I was going through the books. There's a boys free book. I cannot show it here. The center spread is a pool scene where there's full frontal male nudity. It's an orgy scene. People, anal sex, it's like, and you're going to give this out. How do you control that? You get only the adults, and then the kids are getting the kid books. And how do you control that one kid someone may trade, and then some kid winds up with the boys? Oh, I've seen this on TV. And it's like, I'm sick of this stuff.
I picked one up out of the box when I was on the road, I don't know, a few months ago, from Free Comic Book Day book, and started reading it. It was 2 elementary girls who were lesbians. Mm-hmm. Elementary girls. I ripped that thing to shreds.
And what was the book?
It was a Free Comic Book independent book.
Oh,
Free Comic Book Day.
Yeah, there's some books that look like they might be like that are drawn like Japanese kind of books that are kind of look like young adult books, like that look like they could be stuff like that. What I'm interested in reading is the Stray Dogs book, but I can't find it anywhere. But I've got the Free Comic Day copy of it, but I kind of would like to read the original comics before I read that. Eric Breen saying the Boys TV show is tame compared to the original comic series. So whatever.
I just picked up the new #1 for the Boys, and I couldn't even understand it. It was so confusing. The cover was awesome, a beautiful cover, but I just could not understand the book. And they used the British accent from everyone's dialogue, and it made no sense to me at all. I spent $30 on it because the cover was a variant. It is a beautiful cover.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of like that parody of the Cats and Jammer Kids and the EC Mad, where they were making fun of the German accents they had in the original comic strip. I remember reading that as a kid. I could not figure out what they were saying. You have to kind of say it out loud to kind of figure out, but everything was spelled phonetically like German. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, but let me tell you, because I have a bunch of comics with those in from the early 40s.
Yeah.
Once you can understand it, it's actually funny.
Yeah, but
I was shocked because when I was reading, I would laugh every time I read that.
But what Harvey Kurtzman was doing in Mad was amplifying it to the point where it's almost indecipherable. So if you pick it up and you're not familiar with the original comic, because I'm reading this in 1974, I've never seen the Cats and Jammer Kids or Captain and the Kids. I know it's an old comic strip they're making fun of, but I've never really read the original. And it's like, what the hell is this? And it's just like insanity.
So you probably said, "Oh man," and you just flipped to the back and folded the cover to see what the picture was.
No, this is the old EC comic stuff. So I was reading it probably in paperback form, where you hold the paperback sideways, where they reprinted the original EC art. But I never folded my Mads. What I would do is I was the kid
folding them on the. I was the kid folding them on the newsstand.
What I would
putting them back.
What I would do is I'm using a previews. It doesn't matter. I would kind of roll it, so and then look down at it so I could see. Oh, that's what Al Jaffe's trying to do. But I wouldn't want to actually put a crease into it, because I was real particular with my books, which is why, when I pull out those Treasury editions, I say, well, that's in good shape. Yes, I treated them like a mental patient, like I was holding the Holy Grail. So that's,
I had no perception of grade up until probably, until the internet, really, and Facebook and all that. So I was just tearing books up. Not tearing them, you know what I'm saying, but I wasn't worried about being careful or nothing like that. That cat almost knocked over my treasuries.
Yeah. Which, the new cat or the older one?
The new one. You know how it is. They get into that one mode at a certain time of day where they just start going crazy.
Well, the new cat hasn't learned to respect the comic book room yet, I don't think.
Oh, Buster wants my attention. He knows. He'll go and start clawing a box. People go, doesn't he scratch up your furniture? Only when we're not paying attention to him and he wants our attention, he'll go start scratching furniture.
I've seen some cats do horrible things, but the cats I've had haven't created a lot of damage. But I've seen people's record collections where they have all the records facing spine out, and the cats have sharpened their claws. You can't read the artist on
my old cat did that. He got on top of my long box and just started clawing up all the bags.
Oh,
and I had that cat 14 years, so I still have some of them bags in the long box. A few that have the claw marks, and I see it, and I tear up because I miss my cat.
Yeah. Well, you got to keep the lid on top of the box, but a lot of people, I don't know. I've seen your comic room, but are you one of the guys that keeps the lid on the box?
I used to not. I used to buy the box and go, keep the lid. I don't need it. But then I realized the lid's good for protection.
But why do people put them on the bottom? To protect the bottom?
Just so you, like, and I have mine on a shelf in the other room, my long boxes. I could pull them out like drawers. So without the top on, I put the top under the bottom.
Oh, okay.
And I can just pull them out and look through them really quick. But here I have them underneath the tables, and on the floor I got the lids on them.
What do you think? How many comics do you think you own? How many boxes do you think you have?
According to my app, I have 12,000, but I know I have more than that. I forget to add them sometimes.
So, how many comics are in a long box? 250? I looked that up once.
I don't know.
Hey Siri, how many comic books fit in a long box?
Here's what I found from GameSpot.com. A traditional long box will store around 300 books depending on what kind and how tightly packed they are.
I remember back in the day before internet, you could go to the big Comic-Con. First of all, you didn't pay $50 to get in, and you didn't pay $20 for parking. And you could go to vendors and they would say, fill a long box with bronze or copper for $75. And then they had another area where you could fill up Silver Age box, a long box, for $100. Just you could stuff as many you could stuff in there, and $100.
And that was what year?
That was like before the internet, around 2000, I think, 2002.
Now it's hard to find.
Yeah, now everything's priced out. Everything's priced out, and if it's in the dollar box, it's just 90s crap.
Yeah,
you can find stuff once in a while, but it's not like it used to be. I mean, I have runs of Eternals and Guardians of the Galaxy and First Nova. All these books I got for like 40 cents.
Yeah, the Eternals used to be worthless, and it may still be worthless. We've yet to see if this movie is going to be the movie.
I don't even know. I'm not even gonna watch that movie. I saw the trailer and I'm like, this doesn't look like an Eternals movie to me.
No, and then people were pointing out on the internet earlier today that at the end, the guy refers to Captain Rogers, and it's like, well, why isn't he saying Captain America? And it's like, is that because I don't know? Everybody, I still haven't seen Black Widow.
I want to see that.
If
I had seen Icarus step off the ship in the trailer, blonde hair with the blue outfit that Kirby created, I would be like, oh man, I want to see this. But some unknown woman, female character steps out and as the leader. I'm like, what the? This isn't something I recognize.
Well, they've done changes in sex of some of the main characters, but I think they figured that this is a comic that nobody knows, even comic collectors, and nobody's ever read really, and and that they can make changes and no one will ever really know or care.
Wouldn't you think that'd be the worst time to make changes? If you're alienating the small percentage of people that actually know who these are?
Yeah, but
because the people, the people that they're targeting, they don't really read comics.
Right. Yeah, that's
they're movie goers. So yeah, they could like not have
the people that are upset that, what do you mean Sam Wilson's not Captain America anymore? What do you mean? And it's like, well, it's an imaginary story. And also Sam Wilson was only Captain America for a little while. He really is the Falcon. And it's just like, I don't know.
My idea is I'd rather have Steve Rogers, but they actually did a progression in the cinema where he earned it. They showed it, how it happened. So, I feel like I'm okay with that because they just didn't say Steve Rogers is out, Falcon's in, and you didn't see the story, the backstory, the progression. So he kind of earned the mantle in a way.
Yeah, but I mean, you can do that, but the thing is, you got a character that's that you can make toys from, and that you could go on with a Captain America character for 20, 30, 40 years like they've done with James Bond, just get new actors to come in. But I have
am I going to follow it? Probably not.
I have but we followed James Bond movies through multiple James Bonds, good and bad.
They didn't really change the character that much, though. It wasn't a big change. It was still the same character.
Yeah, but it was
just a new actor.
Different actor. And so they could do the same thing. Chris Evans, I have to say, was a really good Captain America, but there are other actors out there that could do a good job and maybe even better. Yeah. I think they're going to realize that with the major characters that everyone liked, like Iron Man and Captain America, they've gotten rid of them, and Black Widow. And then they think, well, let's replace them with America Chavez and Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel, whatever. And it's not working. They're going to bring them back. They're going to do some alternate timeline through because they're about to mess with all in the next few movies. They're going to bring in Kang, and they're going to have alternate timelines, and they're setting it up with a Loki TV show. And then in Ant-Man, Kang's going to appear. In the Spider-Man movie, there's going to be 3 or 4 Spider-Mans appearing, and there's going to be Doctor Strange. And
in the Loki show, the time whatever, they just said that all that backstory really is irrelevant to anything in the future.
That's what I'm hearing. I haven't. It's not that I hated it or anything, but I just haven't gotten far enough in the show. But I understand that's going to happen. So
I canceled my Disney Plus.
Yeah, but there's something. I just realized HBO Max has all the old Looney Tunes, the black and white. They have like everything, because someone was put up a link to prehistoric Porky, which was like Porky Pig, black and white cartoon where he's got dinosaurs. He's a caveman. So I looked on YouTube and it wasn't there, But on HBO Max, they've got all that old Warner Brothers black and white stuff. And
What if someone redid the Looney Tunes in black and white, and Deadpool showed up, and Porky and Bugs, they just beat the shit out of Deadpool with hammers,
well,
and
they
with
would have
anvils and
to
all
do
kinds.
that to the Disney characters because Disney and Marvel are owned by Disney. But
How about this? How about an aging Captain America played by Hulk Hogan?
well, I just think they're going to need to bring back the core characters. They've maimed the Hulk. They're going to have to fix that because I think, didn't they give him a gimp arm?
How about Arnold Schwarzenegger as an aging Hulk?
Man, you might as well use Lou Ferrigno.
I don't know. Arnold has more of a charm than Lou.
You know what's a great Hulk is this King Shark character in the Suicide Squad. When you watch, did you say you hadn't seen it?
No.
Someone in the chat was saying they've seen it. When you watch,
Where did you see it at?
Oh, you can just watch. I just watched it on TV because HBO Max. That's why the movie bombed. Is it on date because they started doing this at the beginning of the pandemic. Warner Brothers started releasing their movies day and date on HBO Max, and we got a free subscription like for life because we signed up to the internet, something through AT&T or something. So, so you can watch it in the theater, or you can just stay at home and watch it. And they give you like a 31-day window. So they did that with the last terrible Wonder Woman movie, and they did that with Godzilla versus King Kong. You could just I haven't been to any theaters lately. It's I kind of missed it.
I'll tell you a movie I just watched, which was really good. Nobody.
Oh, I want to see that. With
it is good. And Mortal Kombat's pretty good too.
That was another movie we got to see free because it was a Warner Brothers movie. So that's why one of the reasons why Suicide Squad only made 25 million, and people are saying it made less than the first Suicide Squad movie. Yeah, because people didn't know that movie was going to be shitty, and there was no movies playing on TV the same day that they opened in the theater back 5-6 years ago when that came out. So it's.
Have you seen the video on YouTube of the engineer who said, "Let me see if I can make a Captain America shield that actually flies and actually it will come back to me"? And he made one. He made one.
I think I've heard about that.
He can throw it and it flies, and he bounces it off 2 walls and it'll come back and he can catch it. He built a magnet thing where it will attach.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a really cool video. He goes through the progression. He built different prototypes that didn't work, and he trial and error until he came up with one that and actually he said it had to be strong. And I think he had a guy throw a brick at him and block the brick with it, a big cinder block.
Oh, wow.
You got to check, just search that on their engineer Captain America shield. That's
I will.
Really good video.
Hey, Christopher Schneider's saying the Falcon is the Falcon. Making him Captain America is giving him sloppy seconds, pardon my language. Yeah, because that's who he is. And when you give him the cast-offs of another hero that's been around longer, that's almost more racist. They're trying to make it all woke, and it's like, well, he should be Captain America too, but let him be his own person instead of just like he's having, because that's sort of the whole point of the character. It's like, why did Malcolm X call himself Malcolm X? He didn't want to use his slave name, the name that was given to his family by the slave masters. And so if you just say, now you've done well enough, now you can be Captain America, that's kind of like let him be who he was. So I don't know how long he stayed Captain America, or if he still is in the comics. I don't know. I just know that everybody's like turning into women and into men. There's apparently a big reveal along those lines in Black Widow. I don't want to run it, but it's just like they change everything. I just like and what are they going to do to the Fantastic Four? How are they going to mess that up?
Did they make Johnny Blaze black or something?
Well, they've done that. So they've already done that one.
Oh, that's right.
But that was actually the actor that played the villain, Killmonger, in Black Panther. And the question is, in the second Black Panther, is he going to become the new Black Panther, or is Siri? What's her name? Siri? What's the name of her sister? Is her name Siri?
Shuri.
Shuri. Okay. Is she going to become the Black Panther? And are people really going to want that? And Black Panther just started, and now, and I know
I
that
didn't really care. I didn't really like that Black Panther movie that much.
But I think people are going to love it as a franchise. But the actor passes away, and that's a tragedy. And they say, well, we've got to retire the character of T'Challa.
Why? He wears a mask.
Yeah, just get another actor. I know it's not that it's disrespectful,
and it's not like he was the best actor in the world.
He was pretty good, but yeah.
I would say he was bad, but it's not like
I know
he was an award-winning actor.
And Robert Downey Jr. was great as Iron Man, but there's someone else you can get, and just because you barely.
I don't think anyone will live up to Robert Downey Jr. as far as
that's
acting.
true because he didn't play Iron Man as Iron Man.
He has a charm, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He has this charm.
But there are other actors that can bring different things to it. Robert Downey Jr. was just himself. Tony Stark was not written that way. Tony Stark was a real cold guy, the comic book.
Well, we need the War Machine now with Jim Rhodes.
Yeah.
Actually, let's bring the Punisher with the War Machine armor.
That's
in the comic books.
I'm just staring at your cat. That's the coolest cat. Little white boots. Let's see what's going on here. Graphic.
He's on my comics. I got to get up for a minute.
Oh wait, Bronco's saying it's. Wait, that's 444, and I'm watching episode 444. And Graphic Man says he must not change the episode number every minute. Okay. Now I get it. Of course, it's 6:46 here, so multiple streams will have to be engaged. Okay, I was wondering what everyone was talking about. The older we get, the more heroes we lose. And nowadays, the more they get changed, unfortunately. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. Marvel's doing a great job for a while, and maybe they can pull it out. I mean, for the most part, it's really been amazing what Marvel's done bringing these characters to life.
I think Marvel's on big decline ever since the last Avengers movie.
Well, yeah, because they're pulling out characters. They think they can pull out these obscure characters and they'll work just because of the Marvel name, like worked with Guardians of the Galaxy. But with that, it was the director that made that work. Yeah. We'll have to see. Will Shang-Chi work? Will what else is coming out?
The Marvels, Captain Marvel, and what's the other chick? Miss Marvel.
Yeah. Well, the Eternals comes out around Thanksgiving, and Shang-Chi comes out in less than a month, and toys are already at Target. And then I think the Spider-Man movie's next.
Well, they lost money on Black Widow, so it's not looking good.
Well, that's because that was also available on television, but you had to pay a little extra. You couldn't just get it with your Disney Plus subscription. If you pay them about $30, they let in. So a lot of people did that, watched it at home. And so Scarlett Johansson has sued Disney because she was getting paid on the back end based on the money that it makes at theaters, and it didn't make much money at theaters.
Well, they're saying the reason she took to the lawsuits because the movie didn't even do as good as it was projected to do, even with the opening on HBO or Disney or whatever it was. It's a lot of things. Well, first of all, Marvel's been alienating their fan base for the last 5 years. So that's one.
The comic readers, but the people that watch the movies don't know about that.
Let's face it, the liberals destroyed Hollywood and the theaters. That I don't know if that'll ever come back anymore.
Yeah, that's what people are saying today. That this is kind of the death knell for theaters. How bad
with the fake narrative of the pandemic.
Yeah, all right.
So that's two right there. Then they started relying on China, and that's not going well.
Yeah, because they say, hey, we don't want Shang-Chi. I'm not sure why they don't want that, but maybe it's just not fun to have your own culture sent back to you. Like,
I mean, if you got these
made
people,
Godzilla movie going back to Japan, or how are you going to respond to your own culture reinterpreted? It's kind of like when we watch the Japanese Spider-Man TV show. I actually love it, but I think a lot of people will think, "What the f?"
You have to imagine there's probably people up there running this corporation, this conglomerate. They're like, we're set for life. What do we care what happens? So we're going to do what we want. Do they really care about making the money? I mean, yeah, they got to, at some point, satisfy the shareholders. But they have this agenda. We're pushing our agenda, and that's more important than making money to them. That's how the liberal mindset is. Oh, the agenda. The agenda is much more important.
Right. And they're making people on Twitter happy about it, but these people won't go to see the movies or read the comics.
We're seeing the decline right before our eyes. I mean, every new property that comes out, they're pushing it in a way that's not about making money. It's not about caring about the fan base. It's this agenda.
Yeah. Well,
it's like they think, oh, the next time it will work. The next time it'll work. The next time it'll work, and it's not working. It's never working.
Well, I didn't see political agenda in the Suicide Squad. Although
I'm talking Marvel and Disney, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Although I did pick out things that might actually be the way that the other side, maybe right wingers, think about the government. That's kind of in the movie, but.
DC seems to be trying to play catch up to Marvel.
Yeah, but they don't know what they're doing because every project is completely different. They're not interlocked like Marvel have these plans. They've laid out how they're going to do it and how everything's going to come back in. And they've established 6-7 years ago. There've been reference one of those Avengers movies. They mentioned a disturbance in the ocean. It's like, well, we're not going to go there. And it's just like a little reference. It's like, then years later, people are going to go back there. Oh, that's Submariner. It's like they were talking about that 10 years ago in the comic. I mean, in the movie, they've established. But DC, it's like, okay, so Commissioner Gordon in the movie that's being made now, The Batman, is played by an African-American actor. And then in the Justice League, he's played by J. Jonah Jameson. And then in this other project they're making, it's another actor playing him. And then, they're making a Batgirl that doesn't look like Batgirl and a Supergirl that doesn't look like Supergirl at all. And they're making, what else are they doing?
They're all happy in Dominican Republic because the new Batgirl's Dominican.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's pretty and everything. I put her in the movie, but get someone that looks like Batgirl and then have another.
But there's so many Batgirls, and she's playing Barbara Gordon. That's the thing. She could be a different Batgirl.
Yeah, I mean, you could have have Batgirl, have some other heroes, create some heroes for the movie if you want to be more diverse. But let Batgirl look like she's looked since. For 50 years.
Hey, let me off topic, but have you seen that movie The Witches with Anne Hathaway? And Chris Rock?
Is that a Roald Dahl story?
It's almost like Cruella, kind of, in a sense.
Okay, I think that's a movie. It's a remake of a movie that's based on a Roald Dahl book.
I don't know. She turns Chris Rock into a mouse.
Okay, right. I think
anyways, if you haven't seen it, it's really good. I watched it on the plane. I never got to see the ending, and I cannot find it anywhere, not even Redbox or online.
Yeah, I want to see that. Yeah.
It's really good though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to get you off topic, but
No, that's cool. And I don't know what the topic is, but I'm just saying that
DC
you've got a
movies.
Joker movie, and they introduce you to Bruce Wayne as a kid in that, and then there's a different Joker that's in this movie, and then they're making another. It's like DC doesn't have
And
everything.
they're bringing Michael Keaton back. I heard.
Yeah.
As
So
Batman,
in a Flash movie, and I think that's where Supergirl is going to appear.
that's a good move right there.
But yeah, I don't know what the plan is for that, but what the heck is that?
Well, brother, I'm gonna let you go. This
Yeah.
cat's crying. He's trapped somewhere. I gotta find him.
Yeah, I probably need to get some dinner. Unless anyone else wants to come on, I'll probably start wrapping up.
All right, man.
Sure,
Appreciate
nice to
it,
see
everyone. Everyone in the chat, take care. I'll have a good week. Night Tiger out.
All right, take care. All right. Well, I may need to go down and see what's going on with dinner plans. Let's see. People are saying here in the chat. What if is this month too? Yeah, I think it starts in 2 days. Endgame may well be it for the MCU. They'll make money for a while, but they won't be the powerhouses they were the first 10 years. Yeah, I think we're seeing the end of the movie industry to a large degree. I think people are just going to stay at home and watch streaming stuff. I have friends who only watch the Marvel movies, and they eat, sleep, and blank with what comes out. Graphic Man says there'll be no course correction. The powers that be are paid by someone who wants it this way. Yes, I'm conspiratorial. But there's no other explanation other than because ineptness would have been corrected. Yeah. There is an agenda, definitely. The agenda is Night Tiger's Right, which is on HBO Max. Yeah. The agenda is to turn people into sissies that won't fight against their country. They've taken us over a lot of politicians, Supreme Court, they've got the presidency. They need to do something to eliminate people that object to them, that can see that it's a communist takeover. They need to try to get the children of these people that to question the country, to hate their country, to think that flying an American flag is a hate crime. They want us to hate our past and be disgusted by the past, and to tear down statues and flags. And they want us to not breed and have children. They'd want us to question our sexuality. They want us to die off. And but that's probably just me imagining things. It can't possibly be what's happening. That's all madness, insanity, right? It's not happening. It's not what you're seeing every day on the news. But yeah, AMC is owned by CH. I say CH. I say CHI. I say CHINA. CHINA spells. No, they wouldn't do that. The people of China are wonderful. It's the government that's bad. But I don't think President Biden will let those Chinese do anything bad to us. So, and I think Disney can't be influenced by China. They only thank the Chinese government at the end of Mulan for allowing them to film the movie's battle scenes right next to or in a prison camp where they kept political dissidents. There's thank you at the end of the movie. Thank you for letting us film in your prison camp. That's why they gave the star of Mulan as a present to Hunter Biden, so for him to sleep with and probably film. Yeah, it's all a conspiracy. But anyway, so anyone else want to come on? Let's see. We got 14 human beings watching. It's been an interesting show. We had Meyer Greenblatt. We've had all kinds of people in the chat. We had Night Tiger Comics visit. My wife's watching, apparently. What is tonight? Monday? What goes on Monday? I need to get caught up with Big Brother. I need to go downstairs. So, too much truth. Yes, I need to be quiet, or oh, what have we got? Zombo's commenting. Warner Brothers can't be controlled because John Cena is all American, and oh yeah, it's why does John Cena? Why does he speak perfect Mandarin, and why did he grovel and apologize? Please forgive me. I didn't mean to. You remember this? I didn't know anything about John Cena. I thought, well, maybe he's a pretty cool guy, and then I saw him groveling and apologizing. And it's like, oh brother. Let's see. What are we saying here? Warner Brothers. Let's see. Back to business. How many more treasures do you still need to bag? I got to bag my DC ones. I got to the Marvel and I got to Dick Tracy. Yeah, I've got to. I just bought I think it was the only one they had. They had one package where the boards are already in the bags, ready to go. And that's the one I got. But they also have bags and then a separate box, a separate little baggie of boards. So now I'm going to have to go back and get the two separate ones to finish doing this project. So it was, I thought I had enough because there aren't that many Treasury editions. But yeah, I still have a few to go. And that was going to be my big project for the day. But now I have more filing cabinets so I can get more work done there. Oh, I'll put the link here one more time. Then if no one pops on, I'm going to pop out. All right. So let's see what's going on the radio. Speaking of James Bond, have you guys tried 007 cologne? I got several bottles of this. It gives you a license to kill. And our sponsor Fang is back. Drink it by the pint, type A and type O. Fang. Breakfast drink for vampires. All right. 13 people, no one wants to come on. The link is in the chat. The chat is in the link. I'll humiliate myself by putting pictures on top of my face. See this? We bought that in 1976 for the aquarium, and it used to move up and down, and then it just disappeared one day. I guess my father threw it away. Those are very valuable now. There's replicas you can make. Oh, there's more comments. Oh, wait, I need to get rid of the picture. Okay, let's see. We have a new comment. Come on, damn it. Oh, there's more stuff. Hey, hello, I am back. Howdy, Meyer. Not pictures on your face. Don't do it. Says Branko. Then that's very cool. Eric says, if you want to send me a link on Twitter, I'll come on for a bit. Okay, there was a great episode. Started off with a title card and now an appearance of Fang. Good nostalgic moments on the gratitude channel tonight. Okay. I'm not logged on Twitter on the laptop, but I am on this walkie-talkie. So I go to Twitter, which is a little bird. And then I find Eric Brain by hitting a magnifying glass. And then I'll type, what? See, I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but there's Eric Brain. Okay. And he's just posted a picture of the 1940s Daredevil. So I will send him a message, how do I do that? I don't know. I got him up. I think I hit this little button. It has a little feather, like a feather quill. Is that how I do it? What? Okay, now. Oh, Graphic Man sent you the link. Thank you. I was going to have to look at it and type a letter and number. Bronco says he just needs to grab the Hugo wig and give himself a mustache and nostalgia will be complete. Where is the Hugo wig? Yeah. There we go. It's like Harry and the Hendersons. There's Eric. Hey, Eric.
How's it going?
Pretty good. What's up?
I thought I'd come on for a minute, and I've been in the chat for a while, and thought I'd answer a couple of the questions from earlier in the stream.
Okay, I'm sure that because you're an expert, you know a lot more than I do, and I was posing questions about things that happened in comics after I kind of stopped reading them, and so yeah, help us with that.
Yeah. You guys were talking about Deadpool, and I do agree with Night Tiger pretty much about that character. I've never understood why he got as big as he did, but the original series after the miniseries, which was okay, was actually pretty decent. It told a continuing story. He hadn't evolved into the shtick that he became.
Yeah.
And there were actually some decent series up to about 2010, which actually Marvel was pretty decent till about 2010. And since then, it's been pretty much anybody that thinks they've got a funny idea turns it into Deadpool, and 9.5 times out of 10, they're wrong.
What is this Gwenpool stuff?
Gwenpool is a character that basically it's a self-insert of Heather Antos, who was an editor at Marvel. She got prominence from this thing called the milkshake incident, when she and a bunch of editors posed for a selfie drinking milkshakes, supposedly to celebrate the life of Flo Steinberg, when in reality, I'm sure all of them had to look up who she was. This was right after she passed. And some guys on comic book YouTube kind of made fun of them for him. And a couple guys said some semi-salty things, and she put on her victim hat and got all kinds of mileage out of it. But Gwenpool's basically patterned after her. I mean, that character didn't really go anywhere. It was Spider-Gwen that's real popular.
Okay, now are these two characters Gwen Stacy?
It's Gwen Stacy. Gwenpool is not. Her name is. She was also a takeoff on Deadpool. Gwenpool.
Okay.
Spider-Gwen is a Gwen Stacy from a different universe.
Okay, that's what they had in the cartoon movie feature film. So she's not a clone brought back.
No. In fact, 99% of the Spider-Gwen fans have no idea Gwen Stacy's original significance to Marvel Comics.
So was she ever? It seems like I remember when I was a kid seeing Gwen Stacy's leg, and it's like, not you, you're alive. So she was brought back as a clone. Is that what it was?
The original Clone Saga was her Professor Warren, who became the Jackal.
I remember all that.
Yeah, had fallen in love with her, so he made clones of her, and then as the story progressed, we found out there was a clone of Peter Parker also.
Yeah, the first Spider-Man comic I read as a kid, I remember Peter Parker and Mary Jane. He was opening up the door to his apartment, and it exploded because I think Harry Osborn blew up the apartment because he realized that Spider-Man, that he was Spider-Man.
Yeah,
and that moved into this clone stuff with the Jackal and all that. And of course, I was also reading Marvel Tales, so I was getting the 60s Marvel Spider-Man, which, so that's kind of the era that I started in. And it was all because of that Marvel Treasury edition of Fantastic Four #2 that got me into reading these Marvel superhero comics. But yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on in these comics now. It's like the Hulk has several children and stuff, and it's like, what? And,
yeah, the other one you were talking about, America Chavez.
Okay, so she's a Hispanic character that's wears a T-shirt, and she's like, what is she? Does she have superpowers?
Yeah, she was originally in, I think, the Ultimate Universe towards the tail end of that. She was brought in a book called Vengeance, and that book wasn't very good. But she was originally, she was powered. She could fly. She had super strength. But in the original version of her, she was bisexual, but I think kind of leaned more towards guys. But when all different Marvel came along, and they started changing all the characters and getting rid of all the old ones for new versions, they decided they wanted her to be a straight up lesbian. And they wanted her to be Hispanic. So they went out and recruited a woman who had written one YA novel named Gabby Rivera.
Yeah.
And they wanted a lesbian Hispanic to write the character that they wanted to be a lesbian Hispanic. And it's arguably the worst comic book ever written, but it's worth reading because it is so bad that it's unintentionally hilarious. There's an issue where America meets an old girlfriend, and she's running around with the Kate Bishop Hawkeye. And as they're off together, Kate sees them like embracing, and she goes, "Oh, if that's what it's like for women dating women, then I applaud all women dating women," and saying how wonderful it is. While she's doing that, the girlfriend is injecting America with some kind of knockout drug to drag her off to a fight club where you fight to the death. That's how, she, with no trace of irony, that's basically how bad the writing was.
Well, I heard about, and it might have been on the I Love Comics channel, but I heard about a story that appeared in the Pride Month comic Marvel put out about an Elektra story. Do you know about this Elektra story that appeared?
Oh yeah, she was fighting. She was fighting some supervillains in a lab, and the person in the lab was a trans woman, and the trans woman says something like, "I keep telling him," they're talking about supervillains. She goes, "I keep telling him what to do, but he won't listen." And Elektra says, "Welcome to womanhood." And then the woman proceeds to start lecturing Elektra on that being a transphobic microaggression.
Right. And then they go out to dinner together, and
yeah.
And she says, "I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. I apologize. Now I understand." Just like at the end of some a CBS after school special.
A cold-blooded assassin. And yeah, there.
Yeah. So it's just weird that the level of writing. It's not that the characters are oriented that way. It's just the way it's written in such a preachy manner. It's just ridiculous.
Well, they've been cultivating a new audience for years. I mean, they can't get rid of us fast enough. I mean, by and large, they've succeeded. I mean, you haven't read new comics in decades. I've completely quit.
Well, I mean, I'll pick them out. I pick them up sometimes, but usually they're like reprints of old things, or it's something that looks visually like something I would from the old days. Like they put out some comic 2 weeks ago, Amazing Fantasy. There was like, it might have been a variant cover, but it looked like maybe something out of 50, 60 years ago. And I picked that up. It's probably terrible.
Actually, it's not. I've heard good things about it. It's just at this point, here's how I look at it. I could probably find 5 to 10 comics being done by the big two right now that are worth reading. Daredevil, from what I understand, is very good. And I've read a few of them, and it is pretty good. That Amazing Fantasy, the guy writing that did a series called Erratic for AWA that was really good. I read the first 3 issues of that. It kind of had an old, an old Spider-Man feel.
Mm-hmm.
And DC, Dan Jurgens, who I think has been a great writer for 30 plus years, is doing a Booster Gold Blue Beetle series now, done in that old style. But that's 5 to 10 out of however many they're putting out. I mean, 12 years ago, I was probably buying 60 plus Marvel and DC books a month.
Yeah.
If I've got to struggle to find 5 to 10, maybe I just figured maybe it's better off just cutting the cord and concentrating on all the great back stock that I haven't gotten a chance to read yet. Because I know I'm going to like those.
Yeah. Have you seen the Suicide Squad yet?
I have not. I will probably see it. I'll probably get around to it when it gets to some kind of streaming service, because I used to go to movies with my superhero movies with my nephew.
Uh-huh.
He's now an adult and has moved, so I don't really have anybody to go to the theater with, and I've only done that one time. I went to see Nighthawks, and the guy I was going with stiffed me, so I went in anyway. But
so are you guys going to do a discussion of Suicide Squad once everyone sees it, like on I Love Comics or something?
Hell, in that circle, if you don't see it the first night and you don't want spoilers, don't watch.
Oh, they're already doing it.
Oh, I'm sure they have, or they will.
Yeah, I enjoy. What did you think of the Deadpool movie? Speaking of Deadpool,
I liked him a lot, actually.
Okay, well then you're going to like Suicide Squad, because I think that this is better than those. But that brings me to the question: is there stuff as extreme in the comic versions as they did in the Deadpool movie?
I haven't read Suicide Squad.
No, what I meant.
Deadpool. Oh yeah, they do, but it's here's the thing. I said I mentioned this before. There are a lot of writers that aren't funny that try to write a funny Deadpool,
right?
And it just comes out just lackluster. One of the things ever since Iron Man writers have tried to write Robert Downey Jr. Well, if you can't bring Robert Downey Jr. to life on the page, you're not going to succeed, and you can't. And then the rest of them misunderstand what Tony Stark was all about. Robert Downey Jr. played a version of Tony Stark that got some of it right and some of it different for the sake of the cinematic universe. It doesn't work in comics nearly as well, and that's kind of a mistake that most Iron Man writers make. And so where that applies to Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds, like him or not, brings a lot of personality to that character. And if you try to write that version of Deadpool, but you're not as clever as the writers of the movies, you're gonna fall flat.
Yeah. What is there a time period of the Suicide Squad comic that is most like what is on the screen now?
Probably whatever the newest version is, because that tends to be what comics do now, is they
So
try to make their
probably
comics.
like the new 52 version. Is that pretty much what's on the screen?
There were 2 new 52s, a rebirth version, and then a couple of relaunches since then. I imagine the latest version, whatever it is, probably have those characters that are in the latest movie.
Oh yeah, the ones that are on the stands now, definitely. But I never really have read the comics, and so I just
the it's not going to match the movies, not even a little bit. But the best version of the Suicide Squad was the one that came out right after the Crisis. They were introduced in the Legends miniseries, and then John Ostrander wrote a series after that was really, really good. And there was they brought in Checkmate and Peacemaker, and it was very well done. Amanda Waller was what she was supposed to be, this fire hydrant with feet, but somebody you wouldn't cross. And I think that series captured her probably better than any series that have followed.
So Checkmate was a separate group with Peacemaker in it.
Peacemaker, I'm not sure, was actually a member of Checkmate, or more of like an associate. There was also a Checkmate series that came out around the same time as that Suicide Squad, and the 4-issue Peacemaker miniseries. And that was back in a time when DC was, in my opinion, doing everything right.
Yeah, and James Gunn, I think that's the version that I think I've heard him in interviews saying that he most liked. That one where the first issue has the black cover and the heads.
Yes,
that's the one you're talking. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, but that Harley Quinn hadn't been created yet, so thankfully, because that's another character that's just been used to death and beyond.
Right. Well, she was fine in the cartoon, and she existed for a purpose, I think. I mean, the original animated series, not these.
Yeah,
not that one coming out now that's a perverse thing.
In the original Harley Quinn ongoing series, she hadn't devolved into a caricature yet, which is the same thing that happened to Deadpool, and that's a very good series. Actually, Harley Quinn was a good character, in my opinion, up until the New 52. Because there was a Gotham City Sirens series that was actually also very well done, and when she became a breakout character, kind of like with Deadpool, and it happened pretty much around the same time. The last 10 years have just been, like I said, they've been overused, watered down, and now they're kind of like fanfic versions of themselves.
Yeah. Well, I think that I really love James Gunn as a filmmaker, but I always have in the back of my head that Twitter stuff. It's like, why did you have to do that, man? Because I can only hope that he was seeing so much of that particular stuff in Hollywood that he was just joking with his friends, making fun of what he sees around him. That's why this is why me justifying, hoping that this is what it was. And it was just an inside joke, and he had no idea that Twitter was going to become that big, but it wasn't funny. It wasn't even funny. Howard Stern did all the jokes about Nambla and all that, and it was funny, but his weren't funny, and it just started, and it was so much it became creepy. And he was needling all these Trump people and Republicans. So people just said, oh, okay, let's go back in your Twitter. And then they found all that. And then he gets canceled by Disney, or pretend canceled for a little while. And then they bring him back. And it's like, why did you have to do that? Because he understands, I think, comics more than any of these other filmmakers, because he's really read them.
Yeah.
And he did such a great job with Guardians of the Galaxy. And I loved a movie called Super. Have you seen that?
I've heard you talk about it. I have it. I know of it, but I haven't watched it.
Do yourself a favor, watch it tonight or whenever you get a chance. It's so much fun. And this Suicide Squad, and I will not ruin it, but every character is given, you understand the characters. They're bad guys, but you like them because just little bits are put in there, just little a couple of second shots. You see how they react to something. You see how they're viewing something through their eyes, or they just say a few lines about their past while they're driving along. And it gives you more than these movies that spend an hour with the origin story and then you only see the hero at the end. Or it tells you it's like, so if a character, whatever happens to a character, it means more to you because you know them. And it's a comedy and everything, but then it's also like Saving Private Ryan. But if Saving Private Ryan, it lets you know a little bit about each one of these people that's getting slaughtered on the beach or whatever. And then there's a couple of dumb, dick jokes and jokes about 69 and stuff, but and starfish, doesn't that mean butthole and stuff like that? They put that in the commercial and it's such a stupid line. But then you think, well, is he pulling the chain of this woman or in the, it's like, but yeah, he does sometimes have really dumb jokes that almost seem as juvenile as his Twitter stuff. But I like the guy, and it's a shame this movie bombed. But of course, it's going to bomb when people can watch it at home.
Yeah.
Do I watch it at home, or do I go out and spend $35-$40 at the theater and risk getting the Delta? It's like no one's going to see it in the theaters. So,
yeah. As far as his old tweets, I think we've become so tribal that we look for reasons to cancel people. If we agree with them politically, we give them rope. If we don't, we hang them.
Yeah.
That was a bad analogy.
But I don't agree with them politically. But when that first came out, I think I immediately was like, I remember I was in a South American restaurant, not in South America, but it was a restaurant. I remember exactly where I was at that table. And I remember typing in, signing a petition to keep James Gunn at Marvel, even though because I don't agree with him politically, but I want him to keep making the movies because no one else is going to be able to do Adam Warlock or understand that.
Right. I'm just saying that for myself personally, I'm more interested in deeds, not words. I don't care if this guy's got a history of edgy tweets. Now, given how he got on his high horse and was criticizing people that vote like me, I like the fact that someone went in there and found his old tweets and he had to sweat for a while. I thought that was, I did get a chuckle out of that. I was also glad when they brought him back. Right. Because too often we just destroy people's lives for something that was done years ago or even recent. But again, words are just that. I mean, remember when we were a kid, there was that saying that started sticks and stones. Now we've gone from sticks and stones, we'll break our bones, but words will never hurt us, to words are literally violence, but violence is something else. And, I don't care what you say. It's what you do. The X-Men director, Bryan Singer.
Oh, yeah.
To me, totally different animal, but, he seems to be, he never seemed to have to pay for, what he did.
Almost, but not quite. That all came out right before Days of Future Past came out. Like it was almost coming out right in time to sabotage a great movie. I thought it was a great movie, and it's like, I was like, oh, I hope this isn't true because I want to see this movie and I don't want this movie to bomb. And I thought he did a great job in that movie. But then it's like, then other movies he's done, I don't know. I didn't see his fake. Didn't he do a fake Superman movie? Didn't he do that one with Superman's bad guy?
Oh, yeah.
What's that called?
Oh, God.
Not the one
the
sequel to the Christopher Reeve, but didn't he do one about Superboy?
Yeah, I think it was called Brightburn.
Right. It's like The Omen mixed with Superman or something.
Now,
is that good?
I've heard mixed on that. Now, again, I'm not 100% sure that he is guilty. So again, I also believe in, innocent until proven guilty. But something happened in the comic book industry recently. This guy who just got an assignment to write a Power Rangers series. This woman comes out of nowhere and accuses him of saying racial slurs to her at a convention, and Twitter immediately cancels him. I mean, this just gets dogpiled for days.
Yeah.
She can't remember which year it happened,
Yeah.
but that didn't matter because now just the accusation is the proof. And you know, the longer this goes on, the more screwed we are.
And it's like what happens to the last two people that were up for the Supreme Court nominees. It's like all of a sudden all these people come out from 1982, and it's well, I forget what the guy's name was. It's just like, well, I happened to have, because he was anal retentive and kept the calendar of everything he did every single day when he was in high school and college.
Well, I was going to say, given the way they've been voting, there's somebody was trying to do us a favor.
Yeah, I know. It really did. You're right. You're right on that case. But it's like, I don't know.
And I know this kind of makes me come off as like an old curmudgeon, but you know, as far as like talking about the comics just not being anything worth reading anymore, getting back to that, just that they're just fundamentally different now than I mean, I know I gave them a lot more rope for a lot more years than you did, but I just I don't know. Like I said, I don't need to know the sexuality of every character I'm reading. I don't need to know how they feel about current geopolitics.
Yeah.
And that's, those things seem to have taken the place of adventure. I mean, I said years ago, at some point, comics went from adventure to agenda, and that's when they started losing me. And now even the best comics, there are certain rules that you have to play by. And a woman pointed this out. He goes, there can't be a damsel in distress in a comic book anymore. That was one of the staples of what motivates the hero. You can have a manzel in distress and be saved by the strong woman, but you cannot do the reverse anymore.
Well, I think that's what's about to happen in 2 days on this first episode of What If, because they were showing a clip of her as Captain Britain, and they said it looks like a man's body with a woman's head. And then the boyfriend, Steve Rogers, is probably going to be the skinny Steve Rogers. So it's going to be like, well, I guess Wonder Woman was like that in the 40s because Steve Trevor was blonde, and usually it was the woman that was blonde that was being rescued. And
what if Captain America were a British woman? that doesn't even make sense from the beginning.
All the what ifs.
To the end.
It seems like most of the what ifs are sex changed things, with the exception of Marvel Zombies. And I never read Marvel Zombies. Is that good? Tell me about Marvel Zombies.
All right.
It was very bad taste.
Well, yeah, it
no
was.
Pun intended.
The original series was actually written by Robert Kirkman, and I think he wrote the original one. And it was a black comedy, for lack of a better. And another one, great premise. It wasn't. If you want to read a superhero zombie take that's actually straight up good, Deceased from 2 years ago at DC, up until about that's very good. And the guy that writes it, when he writes for Marvel, he's atrocious, but when he writes for DC and has editors, he can actually do some good work. And but Marvel Zombies, again, it was it was for the. It's hard to say. You're reading a book where Peter eats Aunt May and Mary Jane, and you find things to laugh about. But that's kind of what that series was. When they found Galactus, they just looked at him as a never-ending buffet. So they started chasing after him. But like most ideas that Marvel have had through the years, they ran it into the ground.
Yeah.
Now there was they did one where they crossed over with Army of Darkness, where someone gave the Necronomicon came to life, and he pissed some of the people off. So as punishment, they gave him to the Hulk to use as toilet paper.
Okay.
Now, I know it sounds kind of gross, but in the context of the story, one of the best laughs I've ever gotten in a comic. But
Okay.
so,
Well,
I mean, I said, will your life change if you read it or not? No, but it's also there are worse things you could. Now, getting back to Deadpool, there was a Deadpool miniseries written by Victor Gischler, who's a novelist, also very good writer. I've liked his comic book work and I've liked his novels. He did a 13 issue Deadpool series, and most of the covers were takeoffs on classic movie posters. But one of the side characters in it was zombie Deadpool head from the Marvel Zombies series. And that series is worth reading. That was very well done.
Okay. I've heard you say something, and I've said almost the identical things also. And I think it ties with what you just said about lacking adventure. But what I used to appreciate, like in, say, Spider-Man, is there would be the fight scenes that would last 4 pages. But I always liked the stuff. I liked the fight scenes, but I was kind of like, let's get past this so I can get back to Peter Parker's life. And just him and Mary Jane, and she's looking at his record collection and saying, boy, you listen to this old-fashioned music. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Just, I know he's Spider-Man, and I know there's this menace lurking, but I like it, just the interaction between them. And I think that's what was going on with that Mexican version of Spider-Man in the 70s. And they said, hey, don't kill off Gwen Stacy. We're going to keep going, if it's all right with you, Marvel, with her up, because people looked at it as a romance comic partly. But I liked that, because that it was almost like a romance comic mixed with an action comic. And I liked that part. And I'm just wondering if maybe now they're what they're doing is they're trying to get rid of the action and just go to all of what I like, but make it kind of weird and like too much. They're losing the balance. Because I remember there was a comic that stuck in my head, and now it may not be that unusual. I think it was part of the Ultimate line. I think it was Ultimate Marvel Team Up, and it was like Spider-Man meets the X-Men. And the whole comic took place on a food court in a mall, and Spider-Man was there, I guess, with Mary Jane or Gwen Stacy or whatever, and the X-Men were there, and they're just talking, and Spider-Man knows they're the X-Men, but they don't know that he's Spider-Man. But Wolverine knows, because he smells that it's the guy he's fought with or alongside with. And so it's just like this cat and mouse thing where it's like the way they're talking, Wolverine knows and Peter Parker knows, but he can't, but they know each other, and it's this cat and mouse. I thought it was so fun, but maybe they do this. I love that at the time. And in that first Spider-Man movie with the current actor, where they're going to the prom, and he's taking his date, and it's like the dad gets in the car, and it's the Vulture, and it's like that is the stuff I love in comics. But if they're trying to like do moments like that, but do it real fake, like let's hang out and I'll explain what a microaggression is, Elektra. That stuff worked in the 60s and 70s, but when you're bringing all this woke political shit, but I do like to see the heroes outside of the costumes and just hanging out, but not lecturing each other about crap. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, here's the difference. I said, when I was talking about Spider-Man, when the classic, Ditko versus Romita Spider-Man, I choose Romita because once he got there, they allowed Peter Parker to grow and develop as a person.
Right.
And he went from being antagonistic to his classmates to actually developing friendships. I don't know if that would have happened if Ditko had stayed. And I absolutely like the Peter Parker scenes more than the Spider-Man scenes for like the first 30 issues or so that Romita was on the book. Going forward, I still like those scenes, but the problem with comics nowadays is something that has been sacrificed to the altar of the endless event and the can you top this mentality of comics are the supporting casts.
Yeah.
They tend to get left behind because in the new like the series that used to, like when we were kids, we got a Nova series or a Firestorm series, and they would be around long enough for supporting cast to where you got to know them as well. You don't get that in comics anymore. If you get a new, if DC puts out 10 new comics, 8 of them are Batmans.
Okay.
So there's no time for supporting characters to grow and develop anymore, unless they're superheroes themselves. There just don't seem to be nearly as many as there used to be. So that's something else that modern comics have kind of lost. But I think part of that also is because when we were kids, the writers had grown up, interacting with people face to face, whether it was in the classroom, in the playgrounds, and on the stickball field, whatever.
On the battlefields. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when you grow up in front of your computer or on your phone, the human interaction is lost.
Right.
And a lot of people just don't get a lot of that growing up, so that it's hard to bring that out in your writing if you don't have that to draw from. So I think interpersonal relationships in comics have kind of suffered because a lot of the writers just really have not had them in their own lives.
Yeah, they're used to text their friends. They have to be in a separate panel,
Well, how many comics do you see in the last 10, 15 years that just shows text?
I've never seen one because that thing in the food court seemed novel and innovative to me at the time. I thought, that's cool, but I didn't expect it to be in every issue, which maybe Zombo says they do food court comics, but they're neither fun nor clever. That seemed clever. It was the first time I'd ever seen that. Plus just the fact that the cover was X-Men meets Spider-Man. You expect it to be this big fight or something. And it was just, I don't know. Well, actually, let's see. What is Graphic Man saying? Disagreeing with Robbie and the Daily Bugle office is good secondary stuff. Well, that's interesting too. Is the characters that work for newspapers like Clark Kent? They changed that to a TV station, network. But I don't know what Clark Kent does now in comics. But today, Peter Parker wouldn't be selling photographs to a newspaper because newspapers are tiny little pieces of toilet paper now. So in the movie, they introduced J. Jonah Jameson, and that last movie is basically an Alex Jones internet guy, and then it would make sense for Peter Parker to be sending him photos or little videos he shot on his phone. But you have to change the character a lot because those times kids don't know what a newspaper even is now.
Well, Peter Parker in the comics became a billionaire for a few years.
He did?
Yeah, he basically used his scientific acumen to build a global company along the lines, because he had been hanging out with Tony Stark going back to even Civil War, so kind of parlayed some of that into. I wasn't reading at the time, but he ended up with it was Parker Industries or something. I don't know.
Okay,
but here's how bad Marvel writing is now. When he ended up losing it, he went from being a billionaire to not having a dime, literally. So he had to crash in his girlfriend's apartment, who was Mockingbird from the old West Coast Avengers series.
Uh-huh.
And when a feminist writer did a version of Mockingbird, she had this famous cover where she's wearing a shirt that says, "Ask me about my feminist agenda."
Oh, boy.
They showed Peter Parker wearing it, and not only could he fit in it, it was kind of loose on him because he was drawn to be like a string bean and is completely demoralized. But in what world are you worth $1 billion and you didn't take the time to set up personal accounts to where if you lose the business, you're still okay? That's how.
If you're a billionaire and you bug out and you like John McAfee, you still have a lot of, you can still, if you're a billionaire, you're not
Yeah.
gonna go to nothing. But Sam Raimi, when he made the Spider-Man movie, changed the web shooters to a metaphor for puberty, and had the webs actually come from internally from inside his body. So and then I think Stanley said, "I wish I'd have thought of that." But in the context of the comics, if you were able to create, I heard someone say this isn't original to me, maybe it was Sam Raimi, that if you could create a substance like the web shooting fluid, you would be a billionaire, because that's like something that it's strong enough to hold a helicopter. It's a lot better than crazy glue.
Yeah, that part of it made sense. I mean, it was different. I mean, you've got a character that's been around for almost 60 years.
Right.
Finding something new and original isn't easy. So I give him credit for that. And I also give him credit for the fact that it was not going to be permanent, because nobody would have wanted that, because we've already got Tony Stark. But the idea that he would be flat broke is where a lot of ideas that start off good get lost in the execution, and then what's the expression? They didn't stick the landing on that story.
It seems like a couple decades ago, I was kind of enjoying Spider-Girl. Was that an alternate future? Is that how that was? Oh,
that character was okay in the comics in the 90s. Mary Jane was pregnant, and Norman Osborn supposedly kidnapped the baby and took her away. And I think they were either told that the baby died in childbirth, or I think that's what they did. And then they basically just, retconned it out. Well, the Spider-Girl was that child, and years later, and the story revolved around her as a teenager. Peter was retired because he'd lost one of his legs in a battle, and he was now working as a police scientist, and they were still married, and she had inherited his spider powers. Mm-hmm. Phenomenal series. It absolutely had a 60s, 70s feel to it, all the way through.
That's why I liked it. I remember thinking, this is good stuff.
I've read every issue. It started as it's basically just a one-off in the second version of What If. I think it was issue either 100 or 105.
Some of the old villains were there, just older versions.
Yeah.
But I could have sworn he was like there as Spider-Man in the suit for a while. Did he get a fake leg or something?
I think something forced him to put the suit back on, and I guess he probably did have a prosthetic leg. But yeah, that was in that book. They kept trying to cancel it, and their small but loyal fan base would, deluge them with letters. I mean, that's how far back it was.
Like Star Trek
and probably early, emails, and they did get 100 issues out of that. And then they brought it back a few years later and got another 32 or so issues out of it. And that was good too. They introduced a little brother, Benji. And it was fun. It's it was part of the M2 universe. There was actually while the mainstream lines were getting grimmer and grittier, this was kind of like taking it back to the 60s and 70s, only even more innocently, because it was aimed, I'm not saying it was aimed at younger readers, but it wasn't nearly as violent as the main books, and just had more of a sense of fun to them.
Yeah, I remember liking that. I mean, I was always going into comic stores, always keeping an eye out for new things that might pop up, or new artists or writers, and every so often there would be, like a Kingdom Come would come out, but there wasn't anything that really grabbed me for, I think, for a long time. But has Spider-Girl just been forgotten? It seems like that would be something that would be attractive to these filmmakers now. I mean,
I think this may be too cynical of an answer, but I think the fact that Mayday Parker was liked by a lot of the people that they don't want reading their comics anymore.
Oh, right.
I mean, they've created, there's Spider Gwen, there's Silk, there's a couple of other Spider Women. They're all over the place. They pluck them from every universe they can think of. I don't think they've ever brought Mayday back as one of them. So that, I can't believe it's because nobody remembers that character exists. But so like I said, the tinfoil hat in me thinks that it might have something to do with that.
Yeah. I look at the screen and I told my wife, I look like Tom Snyder. And she says, who's that? Because she was born in 78. And it's like, holy shit. I'm like doing that. All I need is a cigarette and I can be Tom Snyder. Jesus Christ. I showed her a video. She said, you don't look like that. I just got shit. It's amazing what age does to you.
I used to do a Tom Schneider impression, but I think it ended up sounding more like Dan Aykroyd doing it on Saturday Night Live. But
well, that's how all the something. If these current writers of Saturday Night Live were actually funny or could tell a joke, that fucking idiot, the Shadow, whatever his name is, that was playing Donald Trump. He did a really good it wasn't funny, but he looked like him and sounded like him. If someone had put funny lines into his mouth, that could have been genius. But of course, it was only slanted to attack that one side.
Right.
But it could have been where you attack everyone, Democrats and Republicans. They had a gold mine with that freaking idiot. I call him the Shadow because as disrespectful. Plus, I can't remember his name right now.
Alec Baldwin. Saturday Night Live always leaned left, obviously, but but it wasn't mean-spirited as much as it was just it was you didn't have to agree with them politically to find the humor in what they were doing to the Republicans they were making fun of. Now there's no humor. It's just gotcha humor.
But if you think back to it, you think, well, it always leaned left. It was making fun of Nixon and Ford a lot, but everyone, even Republicans, are making fun of Ford. And then when Carter came along, because these are the only good years of that show, in my opinion, they made fun of him too. And then you realize a lot of the writers and the cast came from the National Lampoon or the National Lampoon Radio Hour. And you think, well, that was a left-wing magazine, but no, these were a bunch of guys from Harvard. These were rich guys. These were National Lampoon. I wouldn't say it was a left-wing. It directed it out towards everyone, and I think so. The original Saturday Night Live, the first few years, had that brilliance because it was Lorne Michaels doesn't know what he's doing. He just steals, and he stole. Because Michael O'Donoghue and all those guys, he brought all these people over, and once they all died or left to make movies, he couldn't replace that cast because there's no more National Lampoon people. And people still laugh at it and say, "Did you watch that Saturday?" And when someone asks me that, I know there's something wrong with them, or I need to stay away from them because, or they're real young and they think it's funny. And it's like, wait, there was a time when that show was even more funny. And they say, really? It's like people that like the Fantastic Four movie. I said, well, that's because you're seeing a little bit of what it really was when it was the flagship of that was the best thing ever. And it's like now it's coming along so far down in the Marvel Cinematic Universe after Shang-Chi, after characters no one's heard of. They're finally doing the Fantastic Four, and everyone's going to see the movie and think it's a ripoff of The Incredibles, when The Incredibles was actually the best Fantastic Four movie, and that's what they were trying to do. So it's just, I hate it when, John Carter, that looks like a Star Wars ripoff. It's like, goddamn fucking morons.
Okay, you'll appreciate this in this vein. one of the first years I was working in the at the record store, I was playing Queen and David Bowie's Under Pressure.
Yeah.
And this kid that was in the store comes up and without literally just, who's that ripping off Vanilla Ice?
Yeah.
That's when I realized that, I'm not sure what I realized. I just thought, wow.
Yeah. So Night Tiger Comics was on earlier. He'd never heard of Gondwanaland. He'd rather have the real Golden Age comics because he's a hardcore Golden Age collector. But I think he was kind of surprised. Every title he pulled out, I found on Amazon that Gondwanaland's done it.
To be fair, I'd rather have the originals too.
Well, sure. Anyway,
last I checked, my bank account's missing 5 or 6 zeros that would make that possible.
But even Gondwanaland, I can't afford. I can afford everything he's got that I want. It's that alone would, in my lifetime, I couldn't do that. $5,000, like it's just. But it's so wonderful that they exist or sort of exist, because some of those books. Were you on the stream when he said there's some of the books that don't actually even exist because no one's bought a copy yet? They just exist on files on the Amazon computers.
No, that must have been after he came back, and I get that text the other night. You're coming on, and I'm thinking, oh crap, everybody bailed on him. So I jumped over there. There were 5 guys on there already. It's like,
well, I was trying to send it to you, and I think, I don't know, I have a computer. It's like, I think what I did for you is I had to look at it on my laptop, and then I had to type it on my phone. It's like, let's see, X3.
I left your stream thinking that E was by himself trying to do an auction, and there were 4 other guys on there when I got there. And I'm like, I left that to be the 5th Beatle?
Oh, sorry. I thought that it was sent to you earlier.
No, it was. I just said I would have stayed had I known that he had a full house helping him already, because I was really enjoying, listening to him.
Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting to talk to him, I think, for a long time. Let's see. Bronco says, I'm a Topo Chico addict thanks to Grot. No, you need to thank my wife because she's the one that taught me about it. It's kind of like a way you can kick soft drinks because it's carbonated and it still gives you sort of but without the caffeine. Yeah, but Gratu can have 10 people, so hop on, Eric. Yeah, well, for now I can if I keep paying for StreamYard. You pay for StreamYard, I could fill it up with 10 people. I think I paid 24. There's a way you can pay for more, but it's just a month-to-month thing. If you don't pay and use the free version, I don't know if you can get 4 or 6 people. But I never have that many people that want to come on.
Well, it sounds like we're going to get close to that on graphics stream Wednesday.
Oh, what's going on Wednesday?
I don't know if we even have a topic. Graphic, do we have a topic for Wednesday or just the usual show and tell?
Watching Graphic Man? Oh, he's saying, thank you, Greta. Greta also goes by Cleo. I guess I'm invited too. I don't know. I don't want to crash the party.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's just a fossil party.
Yeah, I think I think you and I have standing invitations, and now that I've just said that, now if he says no, it'll make him look bad. So he's got it. We'll
have another fight. But I tell you, I think like when he did military night, I thought, well, I could show some. But I'm not a veteran. I think he kind of wanted veterans, so I think I kind of, and I can never show up on time to that show but yeah, it is fun.
What do we old fossils have laying around?
Oh shoot!
Canes, Doan's pills.
Man, that would be funny just to pick up. Like say, okay, gentlemen, this is Graphic Man. Okay, gentlemen, look to your left. Pick up the first thing you find on top. Okay, it's this. Okay, look to your right. What is the first thing that you put your hand down on? And it's like, okay, it's this book that where I'm planning out like little doodles. But let's see, what am I doing in here? I'm planning out some show from 30 years ago. Batman and Club, Cleopatra Jones trailer, Frankenstein meets the Space Monster clip, I Drank Your Blood, I Eat Your Skin trailer, Ron Haydock from Rat Fink and Red Rod's ad. I think I was planning out like an episode of The Hypnotic Eye, like a later period one that I was just doing. I was changing the name of it after Joe Riley had passed away. I think that was my list of how I was going to assemble it before YouTube even existed. I was going to make a DVD episode compiling different clips. But yeah, that would be fun.
And rumor has it that Rod's going to be on.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that might devolve into the two of us bitching about the Red Sox. Just fair warning.
Hey, did you ever look up my grandfather? You're a sports person.
I forgot his first name.
Yeah, let me pull him up because maybe you would be able to tell me, like with his stats. You know, hopefully you won't say, "Oh, that sounds like terrible stats." That would be. Let me see. His name is Philip Weinert.
Okay, let's see.
But he's going by Lefty. I'm pulling him up on another screen, and then I will share the screen. And because but he was. This was before the days of big contracts because of television. This is. Let me use Google because Bing is well. I don't like Google, but I think it'll do a better job. I'll just type in Lefty Weinert. Lefty Weinert stats.
Yeah, okay, so he's got a stats and baseball reference. That's what I was trying to look up, but
those are two pictures of him. Yeah, so you'll have to help me interpret them, I guess.
Okay, let me get
6'1",
to that.
195 pounds. Man, he's an inch taller than me. I need to get down to 195 and be weighing 245. His birth date is one date after mine, April 21st, 1902. Except I wasn't born in 1902. Career, and hold on. I don't know. Oh, wait. What happened? I was waiting for something to come up. Oh, there's a Wikipedia entry. I didn't know that. So in 1919, at age 17, he was recruited out of high school for the Phillies. And see, maybe you can interpret what all this means. To me, it's like taking an accounting class. 1920. Okay, so he's with the Phillies through 1924. 1927, he is with the Chicago Cubs. 1931, New York Yankees. So he was playing with Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, right?
Yeah.
So there's got to be like a group photo of the team where I could see my grandfather. But then he later went to, I think he was a scout and he was with the minor leagues. But yeah, so I don't know. There was a famous incident. There was I think Charles Durning did a one-man play where he was Casey Stengel on PBS back in the late 70s, early 80s, and he was talking to him, and he said, and then there was this one fellow, Weinert, and I remember watching it with my father, and he says, damn it, he's talking about my dad. But it was a famous incident where I guess my grandfather was like either intentionally or unintentionally going towards his head with the ball, and he finally charged the mound, and my grandfather just in one punch knocked him out. And then apparently the police said, do you want us to take him under the stands and finish the job? Because I think, I did hear later that he was like saying stuff to my grandfather that was pissing him off. That's why he was doing it on purpose. And now in retrospect, I think I heard, it was like one of those old things, like he was saying something about my mama kind of thing. And thinking back, see, I didn't know this until 10 years ago. And I guess I should have known because my last name I knew he was from Germany, Russia, right on the border between them. and it's like, it's a German last name. That's all I knew, but it's actually a German Jewish last name. So I bet, case not to disparage Casey Stengel, but there were probably anti-Semitic remarks cast towards my grandfather, and that's probably why he was trying to beat him. But I didn't even know, because he married an Irish woman, and all the kids were brought up Irish. So I had no idea until the baseball card came out in the 80s, and it's like, first time cards and the famous Jewish baseball players. Is like, oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know, because even my dad didn't know he was Jewish.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a series of reproductions by a company they call Conlon that did about 900 old time players, and I need to look through that someday, and I will before I.
Here it
like
is. This is
to
the
see
first.
if he's in that set.
Well, this, I remember this card. All right, see. He's the guy I was joking the other night that had the temper. So,
Yeah, I think it's fascinating that, because I've told a couple people, I said, Gratu's grandfather pitched in the majors. Oh, there it is. He is in that set. Go down. It's the one with the black border.
Yeah, that's the first one I saw.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like first card. It was the first time he had a card, but then this card up here came out later after I found out he was Jewish, and then it's like definitely confirming it. So, and that's my grandfather with my uncle. That's my uncle, and that's him. So you can tell this is not a guy that you would mess with. And I've never been athletically inclined, and let's see what it says in the back here. It's blowing up in another window. It says, a native of Philadelphia and a child prodigy, Weinert made his debut as a pitcher for his hometown Phillies on September 24th, 1919, at the tender age of 17. He pitched a total of 6 seasons for the Phillies, but only saw consistent action during the 1922 and 23 seasons. He later pitched briefly for both the Chicago Cubs and the New York Yankees, although he toiled virtually the remainder of his career in the minor leagues, mostly AA Louisville. In 1923, Weinert plunked Giants center fielder Casey Stengel with a pitch, and then came high and tight on him in the next at bat, prompting Stengel to throw his bat at the mound and give charge to Weinert. Stengel threw a flurry of punches and hurled anti-Semitic epithets during the ensuing melee. He emerged unscathed, but Stengel was escorted off the field by police and suspended for 10 days for gross misconduct. Okay, so that's the story that I'd actually heard. But there is a whole scrapbook that my grandmother kept, and I don't know what member of the family wound up with that or if they even cared about it, but there was a newspaper clipping the next day after that incident where they reworked the poem Casey at the Bat, and at the end, instead of saying "and mighty Casey had struck out," it was "and mighty Casey was knocked out." And I wish I could find that somewhere, some I don't think people have microfilm anymore or anything, but so every once in a while I'll look on eBay to see if someone's selling a picture of him, and sometimes I luck out, but I don't have a lot of souvenirs.
I think it's fascinating. You had a grandfather that was a major league ball player, but you yourself are not a sports fan.
Well, I liked roller derby when I was 5. And because I thought it was funny when they'd fly over the rails, the women would fall. I don't know. I just like, because on Saturday afternoon, it's like, do I watch the 7th Voyage of Sinbad or the football game? Because there were 3 or 4 channels. And it's like, I guess I chose the monster movies. I don't know why. I don't know. And I was never athletically inclined. The other thing is my dad was really he got a baseball scholarship. And I think, but my older brothers born in the 50s, I was born in the mid 60s, 10 years later. And my dad was really working super hard as a colonel in the army. And it's like, he just never he might have done it with them 10 years before, but I came along later and he just never took me out much and threw a ball to me. And you know, you just got to have that someone kind of foisting it on you, and then you develop a love for it. It's like my older brother's always playing with trains, and I really had a love for trains.
Yeah, I can see that.
My dad was too busy. I'm not disparaging him, God rest his soul, but he just didn't inculcate a love, if that's the right word, a love of sports.
No,
so I went off with comics and monsters.
I think that's very fair, because my dad was a huge sports fan and he coached our little league team and whatnot. And I mean, I can remember, yeah, in 1969, I could, at 7 years old, I could probably name every player in the major leagues and could probably identify them if you held up their baseball card and blocked the name. Yeah. And I was just, fascinated by that. And that never left. And it's, I didn't start reading comics till I was 13. So, I mean, I was very late to that, given how early other people seem to, gravitate towards that. And to this day, I said, there don't seem to be a lot of people. Like, for me, sports and comics are two of my greatest passions.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to be a lot of people don't have that combination. It seems like if you're into comics, most people that are into comics don't tend to be as much into sports as I am. I've noticed that.
Yeah, there's usually the jocks that beat up the comic book guys for being nerds.
Well, yeah, something else I said, you kids today, you don't know what it was like back then, because holy crap, that was, I mean, I had to hide that from, most of my closest friends.
But I think if you went back a generation before, kids and comics and baseball were all part of the American experience. But then I think, when did it become more of a real stigma? Probably in the 60s or 70s. I don't know when comic book reading became this cringy thing.
Once it was no longer something that everybody did, and it kind of got pushed off to the the outcasts or whatever,
right?
And I think what brought it back was video games, because on the surface at the beginning, video games was also something for the nerds, but when the jocks realized that they were cool, I think all those stigmas kind of just went away. Now, unfortunately, you won't get beat up for reading comics. Just new comics. But why would you?
Well, being a nerd became cool when the internet came along, because it's like, well, you're one of those people that made this phone possible. That's my whole heart of my life, and you make all. So it became cool to be those, and people, and they have that third cock from the sun. What is that show about nerds? The amazing orgasm. What's it called? Big Bang Theory, whatever. Yeah. It's like, I knew it had some sexual title.
The kids your dad beat up invented the stuff that you're playing now. So
yeah, but when comics were in the 7-Eleven and they were right next to the trading cards and the Slurpees and the pinball machine, they were still accessible to all kids. It was still kind of an all-American thing. But then when the comic stores opened and it went to all direct distribution, then you had to go to a specific place to get them. And it was like going to the porno store to get your adult films. And it felt a lot the same, because it was a place where there's only guys and it's dirty and there's shit thrown everywhere. And in a porno store, the clerks are saying the F word to each other. And it's like, well, that person's cursing. Well, it is a porno store. In every one of these movies, they shout that word out.
By the time I found a comic shop, I was already in college, and that's another thing. So once you get from high school to college, a lot of those stigmas kind of break down in between, because it's kind of like a fresh. I mean, I was lucky. I wasn't one of those guys that was ever picked on. I was friends with all the people that were doing the picking on. Mainly because probably none of them knew that no one knew my secret identity as comic book reading man.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I do remember I said it was definitely not something you wanted to get out there. But then once I got to college and they said found an LCS, that was, there's only so long you can hide that stuff anyway. And
yeah. Well, the first comic store I went into was Lone Star Comics in the summer of '77. And it wasn't dirty and it felt cool. It was a tiny little place, but real good air conditioning in there, but it was small. And that was it was cool. But, the fact that all the comics started not being everywhere else is I didn't like that.
the first place I ever went into was a used record store called Moles. It was up in Cincinnati, and the front room was used records, and the back room was just tables with stacks of Rolling Stones and comic books.
Yeah.
And I thought, this is I think I was 13 or just turned 14. I thought, this is heaven. I mean, it's like, I didn't know which end of the store to spend all my money in, and
right.
And yeah, that was, I mean, they it was obviously before bags and boards. I mean, they were just stacks, and I was, that was just great. And that, unfortunately, that got shoplifted into oblivion. So that it was called Moles and Back Pages. Back Pages went away probably within the first year I discovered it, which was unfortunate.
Yeah. So now I think, but I'm not sure, DC's starting to put out comics in magazine form, Suicide Squad, and I think a Batman title. And I assume that's in hopes that they'll get them into supermarket magazine racks. But those racks have shrunken to hardly anything. There's hardly any magazines, but I just don't think people read physical things that you hold other than a phone anymore.
You've seen the Walmart, the 100-page giants that were done in the kind of to resemble the ones from the 70s that they put into Walmart a few years ago.
I've seen them on YouTube, and I've only held one, which Captain Strangelove sent me a Swamp Thing one. And it does look cool with that strip that says 100-page giant. But yeah, whenever I go to Walmart and ask about comic books, they say, what? Well, maybe over by the cart. They have no idea. They think they're by the greeting cards, and I think people buy them instantly, and the kids don't get the actually.
Oh yeah, that's the two mistakes they made was they pissed off the retailers by making them Walmart exclusives, because the idea was to get people that don't go into comic shops to find them.
Yeah.
So if that's the logic, why not make them available at comic shops also for people that get their comics there?
Right.
Where it blew up in the kids' faces was, since it was just Walmart and not available everywhere, the speculators would go there and clean them all out, and they'd be on eBay later that day. So the kids never saw them.
Yeah.
And so that, I don't think they're doing them anymore. I think it lasted about a year or so.
And I don't know how expensive they were.
They were $5 for 100 pages, which is a great deal in today's market.
Were they sold in packs like the old days?
No, it's just individuals. Like you have $5, but it's 100 pages in the direct market is probably $10 now. So it was. I think they'd put one new story and then recent reprints. So it's not. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of stuff that I was really cared about myself, but it was a neat idea. And if the kids could have actually gotten a hold of them, it might have helped. But I think they just they screwed that up every which way.
Well, the Marvel True Believers comics, if they could have, put about 3 of those issues together into one book and sold it for $3, that would have, I don't know if that kids would have liked it, but those classic old stories, in a lot of cases, the movies, they've kind of jumped a few decades. But when Marvel was first starting, they were adapting stories from when I was a kid or from the 60s, updated a little bit. But, now they've moved forward to
Well, yeah, they want to bring the characters that the new characters that fit the direction they want their audience
you're right.
to go. And so, yeah, because those characters obviously didn't exist from the stories that they were adapting when the Marvel Universe was, thriving. But
Yeah.
to what you said about the True Believers, that would have been a fantastic idea. Marvel didn't think of that. DC didn't, said they didn't think to put them in the comic shops. Marvel didn't think to put the True Believers in other places, and that's unfortunate because I think this would have done you 3 for $2.99.
Marvel's showing that they can make a comic for $1 and make a profit, but that's, of course, they're not paying any writers or artists. They're just reprinting an old story. But
have you seen the stuff that's coming out now? They shouldn't be paying them.
I don't think they're. It's just, I don't know. It's way too expensive. And I think all I see are people coming in trying to sell Yu-Gi-Oh cards or no, Pokemon cards. I think people are coming in trying to sell stuff as the economy gets worse, as they can't afford gas. Inflation's going through the roof as far as the cost of food and everything. And yeah, I don't know. Oh, Zombo's saying Target. I think Target was doing this thing too. They used to have something like that, I guess, 5 or 10 years ago. Some Ultimate and Marvel Age books put together in magazine size. Yeah, I assume that's why they're doing magazine size DC lately. I don't know what other reason it would be. But
their comics are more expensive than magazines now, so maybe that's
yeah. It just was such a thrill to go into a store in the 70s, and the first thing I'd look for is there a new Mad, a new Cracked. Some stores might have the stores I'd go to in that time period didn't have Famous Monsters. I didn't, but when I discovered a store when we moved to Arlington, I could go in a store at the mall and there was Famous Monsters, there was The Spirit, there was Eerie, Creepy, Vampirella, The Monster Times. It's just like, and then a few months later, I finally waited until they were all there together. And then the Monster Times published its last issue. And then Famous Monsters went to Star Wars characters on the cover every issue. And it's like just in time for everything to die or turn bad. And then slasher movies came along. And it's just, but if I had just been born a few years earlier, that's always the thing. This friend of mine that's 7 years older than me, that's the perfect time to be, there in 1966, and he was getting comics from, what's his name? The guy, Robert Bell, And so I'm going to bring him on. And whenever I can get him on, he says he'd like to come on in person where he's like sitting right here next to me instead of on his phone. But I can bring him on. He knows everything about music and comics. And he's just kind of like a mentor to me. And that's going to be fun. He gave me his entire Avengers collection.
Nice.
He's from like issue maybe 16 through probably about 1975. I already had a few of them, but it's the complete set of every issue, not in perfect condition. But he said, my daughters don't want this. I send these off to auction. I don't even know if they're really auctioning off my comic or if they're keeping mine and putting another one in its place, because it sure didn't look like my comic in the auction catalog. I don't want to mention the name of the company, but because he sent his X-Men off. He had X-Men 1 through, because you could buy that. That was the easiest comic to collect if you were collecting that in the late 60s, early 70s, because no one wanted it. It was like, they didn't make any Mego X-Men figures. It wasn't until they brought it back in 75 that anyone cared about X-Men. So he had all those. But anyway, so he says, I'm keeping my Spider-Man. I'll let you know, because he's got Spider-Man 1 on. And I'll let you know if I change my mind. He kept his I guess Warlock. Yeah, he kept his, or was it Captain Marvel? I think it was Warlock. He kept and his Kirby New God stuff. He had all that. But he said when the moon landing was happening, everyone was looking at the TV, and I was more interested in opening up the Robert Bell. And a lot of these comics still had the Robert Bell bags on. He gave me, and I saved a few of them. Because I saw from Captain Strangelove, you just put a backing board inside the bag, and then you preserve, because it's kind of a piece of comic book history, because he's the guy that invented the comic bag, and it's got his name. Yeah.
Well, I wished I'd gotten into comics when I was a little bit younger. It wouldn't have mattered because I sold them. I was one of those that sold the first collection for gas and beer money when I hit a certain age.
You started about 74, 75?
Late 75.
Okay, so even though you're a couple of years older than me, you started a couple of years older than me, because I was buying comics. First one I bought was, I think, in 1969. It was Choo Choo Charlie, because I was into trains. And then I remember, I was get the Funny Animal Harvey books and ghosts and anything with skulls or skeletons, ghosts, House of Mystery. And I was buying horror stuff, and then Marvel's, Tomb of Dracula, Werewolf by Night. I'd buy all those. And then I remember I got a Spider-Man meets Werewolf by Night Marvel team up issue, because I was buying it for the werewolf, not for Spider-Man. And then, my mom, whenever I was sick, she'd go out and buy some comics for me to cheer me up. And she picked up Spider-Man, maybe 128 with the white cover with the web. And he's kind of, I don't know. She bought that, but I didn't read it. But when I got that Fantastic Four Treasury with the Galactus trilogy, then I realized, oh, this stuff's great. And I went back and reread the Spider-Man comics. And then I started buying them, and I started buying everything else. Then the Origins of Marvel Comics came out, and I sent off to get my FOOM membership kit. So I was on my way there, all that time period. So yeah, I got the 1975 calendar, or was it the 74 Marvel calendar? So that was.
Yeah, I haven't told you that a guy that comes into my store is an old 60s hippie.
Yeah.
He brought in all of his Mary Marvel Marching Society merchandise and showed it to me. I've never seen any of it. He had the letter, the official letter, the pin, whatever else, the certificate, and then a couple weeks later he brought in 7 of the 8 posters. Oh. And man, that was just amazing to see. Yeah, wow, I obviously I was too young for that. Yeah, and I wasn't smart enough to. Or I think FOOM was, early 70s. I don't know how long it lasted, but I never thought to join that either. Or I didn't own any issues of FOOM until recently.
Well, they sent me. You were only supposed to get 4 issues with your subscription, but they kept sending it. Even after we left San Antonio and moved up to Tacoma, Washington, I remember I'd get them with the address label switched, to the new address, and it kept coming, and then it just stopped. But then when Lone Star Comics opened, they actually stocked it in the store. You didn't have to mail off. It was like right there, By then they went to more slick covers.
Yeah.
The Star Wars issue and everything. But
do you have any of the Amazing World of DC comics? I guess kind of their counterpart.
Yeah, I have 2 of them. One, I think, is a humor issue that covers Plop and everything. It has a Sergio Aragonés cover. And I might have like one about Carmine Infantino. I think I got a couple, but not many. And those I bought from that comic store, Lone Star Comics. I don't know if those are mail order things.
Now, didn't you say that Lone Star Comics is now My Comic Shop?
It's the same thing. In fact, a lot of times you get the label, it'll say Lone Star Comics. They're the same thing. It's the same owner. He just closed up the brick and mortar shops and sold his business. So the couple of locations of Lone Star Comics became Wild West Comics, because it's the same number of letters and it's sort of the same thing, Lone Star and Wild West. but there's stores that have no back issue comics. And Lone Star hadn't had any back issue comics in years because they've been doing the mail order for a while before they closed brick and mortar. And that's why I go in a comic shop, is to look at the old comics and the new stuff. But I only look at the new stuff on my way to the old stuff. And usually it just confirms, okay, there's nothing new good coming out. Sometimes there'd be some reprint of some horror love comics from the 50s. I might pick up a few from Craig Yo or something, but then I'd go into the old bins and they stopped carrying that stuff 25 years ago. And then they just closed completely. And so someone's asking about Nom issue 7. I don't have it handy.
I don't have it, period.
I don't. How was that comic?
I didn't read it. I've heard it was good. It actually got a lot of people reading stuff. A lot of people read that didn't read other Marvel comics.
I didn't look far back enough in chat. Lead Paint saying he's had a couple of letters printed in Marvel books. So he said Nom 7 had one of his letters.
Okay.
I knew a guy that was published, had a letter published in the last issue of Plop, and he was complaining about the direction they were going with Plop. And I've always admired him for that. I know that there's got to be an issue of Nom 7 at the store I work at, because they've got multiple issues of some of that stuff, like way too many. Hey, did you reprice that issue of Batman with the McFarlane cover, or is it gone already?
Oh, well, when I went to drop some stuff off, I had forgotten.
Okay,
so I'm sure it's gone, but I'm going out there again tomorrow. If I can keep it in my pea brain long enough, I will look.
Because I think it was priced at $205, and someone came up and bought the other couple of copies. Because I wasn't trying to gouge people. I looked on eBay, and that seemed like a fair market value compared to what the other idiots are paying for it. And then people went after it instantly. It's just so.
I guess
I was thinking maybe it should be priced more if they're buying it that quick.
At least that was kind of unique that it's escalated in value because it is such a cool cover. Because I don't think they introduced any new characters in there.
Well, I'm not even the biggest McFarlane fan, and I think it's kind of stupid that a cape does that. But but it is cool looking, and it is a precursor of what he'd ultimately do with Spawn, and Spawn is real hot right now. And the really cool thing to me is he signs his name like the old 60s Batman logo in the little. That's cool.
But I hate seeing so many books get jacked up into the stratosphere price wise, because I know at some point it really does make people that are trying to collect get frustrated to the point to where they just throw in the towel.
I don't know if anyone's discovered Infinity Incorporated being where Todd McFarlane started. And hopefully no one realizes it, because there might be people trying to build a run of Infinity Incorporated. But I don't think that value's gone up.
It hasn't.
That's where he started, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, it was. Here's one. Twilight Zone issue 82. First Frank Miller.
Oh, okay.
And his first work at DC was in an issue of Weird War.
And you were saying last Monday you were on, and you said Frank Miller is just completely in horrible health and is kind of losing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's definitely had some health setbacks, and we're talking about that because he got canceled from that show. So
is it physical or is it partly mental too?
Physical, I think. Yeah, drinking and drugs.
Okay, because there was a certain hell of a drop in quality from the original Dark Knight series with that series that came out, that second, or maybe they've done a third series. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the second one was, greatly diminished in quality. The third one was unreadable.
Okay,
I think Eglantine had the best take on that. He goes, Frank Miller never left Sin City.
Yeah,
he's because I can't think of anything he's done since then that's worth a damn.
I like that Sin City movie, at least the first one. I don't know if there was a second
The
one.
second one was all right.
I don't know. I didn't see the second one. But then they give him, all right, well, that's great. Here, make a spirit movie. And he makes it like, not look like how that's the most cinematic comic that's ever existed. Why not? Why do it Frank Miller style? Why didn't he just? Oh, that frustrated me. I didn't watch it because it looked so terrible. Because it would have broken my heart to watch this movie when, there's cut scenes in the Suicide Squad that are done like Will Eisner, where you'll go to it cuts to another scene and it establishes the name of where you're at. And then the camera moves and you realize it was just some TV aerials and some junk that were forming the letters of that place that they're at. And it's just like real clever stuff that, I don't know. He's not a filmmaker, so he shouldn't be. I don't know. But the spirit was always something I loved. But then I realized, looking at it now, and I was talking to Milton Knight a couple of weeks ago, and I mentioned the spirit, and it's like, what I mean, what do you do with the spirit now? You can't. It definitely can't be published now. I mean, in today's culture, and I'm amazed that it was able to be published in the 70s because of his sidekick.
Yeah, there were up until I would say Twitter. You could publish things that obviously we have evolved past because of the belief that if you don't want to repeat history, like what's that? Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it.
Right.
You have to see it helps to see certain things to realize why we've progressed past them.
Right.
And to keep things in their proper perspective. Mm-hmm. Pretending they didn't exist or basically eliminating them. It's like if you can't show certain TV shows, and now they've just gone so far to in the other direction that people are going to start being exposed to this stuff again and not realize what the problem was, because that's the problem with trying to erase the past.
Right. And then you just don't have any idea what's going on in the world. And it's like Martin Luther King freed the slaves. Oh, no. Wait, there's about 100 years in between there. And it's like, but, I remember in the Warren reprint, it's like special Ebony issue. And he was actually he spoke with a ridiculous dialect and they drew him like Al Jolson, but he was actually a real competent sidekick and was smart, and people loved the character. But I don't know if you can really justify how this. But I just remember when the ACLU would defend anyone. It's like, and it's like these the Nazi Party wanted to march in Chicago, and it was like, well, no, they have the right to do that because we have the freedom. Even horrible speech, we're allowed to do that in this country. And people threw cans at them and stuff, but they kept and the police held them back because that we go to battle and we fight. So even the worst horrible people can say things because that's our American. Now it's like, no, you can't say anything. It's like, and you're afraid to say the V word on YouTube because some robot might hear you, and it's like, what the?
I get what they were trying to do. The thing, what it's become is there are so many groups of people that have now been completely inoculated from criticism that they're not going to know how anybody honestly feels if the only thing they're allowed to hear is effusive praise.
Yeah.
And that's why, curtailing speech is way more problematic than the speech itself.
Yeah.
But, I said, we have figured that out. I don't know if future generations will until it's too late. But anywho, I got to get going. I've still got some work to do, and
I got to eat.
well, I was probably should get around to doing that myself. But I enjoyed this. Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Sure. Yeah, you have another stream tonight?
Well, I thought I was going over to my sister's to do another project I'm working on, but their daughter works at a daycare center, and apparently a 2-year-old tested positive. So they're back in quarantine for a day.
Oh,
before my niece gets tested. So otherwise I would be over there right now. So I think he's doing comic book Jeopardy tonight.
Oh, okay.
But so I wasn't going to be there to play.
Right.
So I think that's going on right now. And I might tune into that chat for a second. But I figured since I was home and a stream nomad, I would come on here for a while.
Why would anyone think to test the 2-year-old? Because of exposure?
I don't know. And honestly, I said, does the 2-year-old have that, or does the 2-year-old have a cold? I don't know.
There's I hear a lot of sneezing and coughing lately, but then there's always been summer colds, because you walk into an air conditioned building after being in the heat and you get sick pretty quick. Yeah, I don't know.
Are we back to where you can't get anything else other than that? Because it's time to jack those numbers up again, so we can,
Yeah, you know the score.
I don't know.
You're paying attention.
I said, my sister and I do not see eye to eye on that issue, but I respect her opinion, and so I myself, I said, they're in quarantine. I wouldn't have thought twice about going over there, because I said, I've had it. Maybe I'd be pushing my luck if I get it again. But
did you have it? Well, obviously you just said you did. What's it like?
I don't know. You'd have to ask somebody that had a problem with it. All I got out of that was 7 days of house arrest, where I realized I was a shitty doomsday prepper, because I took the test. I knew it was going to come back positive, because all I felt was like a slight fuzz in my head. And I lost my sense of taste during one of Eglinton's auctions and got it back before it ended.
Okay, that's how they always say is
like 4 hours. I lost sense of smell for about 3 days. I've had worse colds. I mean, I truly, and I realized I got lucky. My young niece got it, and she doesn't smoke, or she's in much better shape than I am, and she did get sick. So I guess my take from all was the one size fits all way they handled it was the wrong way to do it. And that's when I realized that there was more to it than health, because like I said, if I got it, when I was fat, 58, had a stroke, smoked, drank like a fish for years, I was fine. And then I see, my 23-year-old niece was legitimately sick for a couple weeks. So the one size fits all just does not work for this.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's bad is shingles, man. Have you ever had that?
I've seen enough horror stories. It
feels like a flaming sword has gone through you wherever you had one of those chicken pox things when did you ever have chicken pox?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe it's worth getting that one.
I would think seriously about.
Anyway, not that I would give medical advice on here, but anyway, sure, great to have you on. Come by anytime.
Well, let's say again, thanks for having me on. If I don't see you before then, I will see you Wednesday night on
definitely
Graphic Man stream. And take care, everybody, and good night, Kratu.
All right, take care. Bye. So over in the chat, Zombo says Eric is like the streaming Lone Ranger, and Lead Paint says, I'm sure I got some there. Okay, you're asking if he, okay, you guys are talking about the PX. I saw that somewhere. Where is it? Oh, Graphic Man's already left. Good night, gang. I gotta go. So do I, man. I'm probably in trouble. Like Trump, like what is his fucking name? Biden. I'm in trouble. I don't want to answer your show. I don't know if I should show you the chat because I might get in trouble. Great seeing you, Eric. What? Thanks for dropping the knowledge. Yes. See you, Eric. Thanks for stopping by and sharing about Spider Girl. Yeah, that was a good comic, man. So, okay, I was only buying comics occasionally at that time. I bought them in Heavy Metal and National Lampoon from the little PX mostly. And Branko says, good night, Graph. And PX, not PC. I knew that. Eric's like the streaming Lone Ranger. Lead Paint says, I'm sure I got some there, but there were two really good comic shops back then, right off post. I miss the PX and those stores on base. Not that I was never in the military. My dad was. It was just so much, the huge magazine racks and the comics and the smells. And then you go in a little back room behind the magazine rack and all the stereos and the records. If you were never in the military or you weren't a dependent of someone in the military, those PXs are so cool. And then you buy the stuff and no tax. And then everyone's like, wow, you've got a Mark Jewelers insert in your comics. Yeah, because I bought them on the PX. I thought everyone had that. Let's see. Got Dark Knight Returns, Watchmen, etc. there. Good night, Eric. We're going to start the Waltons, the end of the Waltons now. Good night. Good night, John Boy. Okay. Good night, Grandpa. Okay, I don't remember going to any comic shops in Fayetteville. It's almost 9 o'clock here in Grotuville. I got to run. So I'll be seeing you guys, and make sure you pick up your 007 cologne. And and don't forget Fang, the breakfast drink for vampires. And with that, I got to make it go to 447 because 47 is a very wonderful number. So I got to go for one more minute. Let's see. Good night, Grot. Everyone in chat, fun stream. Lead Paint says, adios. Adios, muchacho. Myers says, good night, everyone. I'm going to end it right at 447. 446 and 29 seconds. Good night, Dr. Orloff and Cleo, says Zombo. 446, 36 seconds. Well, let me turn off this. Oh, God. Oh, my legs are killing me. Ay, 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 mother effer. Okay, 446, 49. Make sure you watch Mike Lindell tomorrow on Frank TV. That's what I'm going to be watching. So take care, everybody. In broadcast.